This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Weitzel's Wings, aka Double Dubs, has just made history. For the fourth year in a row, the Laramie-based Buffalo Wing Truck has won the festival favorite title at the 2025 National Buffalo Wing Festival in Buffalo, New York. Trent Weitzel's famous chicken wings received national attention by being the favorite college nosh for superstar NFL quarterback Josh Allen when he attended the University of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Jackson followed Double Dubs to the Wing Fest. She says winning the fan favorite prize is like being a four-time Super Bowl champ.
The way that is determined is people who come into the festival get a ticket, and for every ticket they get a wing. And so it's really how many wings the Double Dubs guys gave out. People come from all over the country. They had people from 47 states. There were more than a dozen wing spots to try. There are so many people in Wyoming jerseys. They have this kinship with Wyoming because of Josh Allen.
Aside from Cowboys gear, Jackson said the favorite uniform of attendees chomping on the 34 tons of wings offered at the festival were Buffalo Bills jerseys and styrofoam chicken wings-shaped hats. A Utah judge this month awarded nearly $1 billion in damages to a Rock Springs family after finding against a Salt Lake City hospital for botching the mother and baby's labor care nearly 6 years ago. 5-year-old Azalea is nonverbal and delayed mentally by 3 years. Her mother, Anissa Zancanella, told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that Utah 3rd Judicial District Judge Patrick Coram ordered the damages after 4 years of litigation and after finding Steward Healthcare liable in the case.
There were these new nurses that weren't really trained in all the necessary practices, and the filing by Anissa Zancanella's lawyer says that the nurse that had the experience basically ditched the case because she had gotten into a tiff with Zancanella's mom, like about how to handle things. The court argument saying that they were blasting her with Pitocin and the baby's heart rate was haywire, and that after 36 hours labor, they took her for C-section, but it's too late and there was brain damage.
It's uncertain whether the family will receive all of the $951 million that was ordered by Judge Coram. The Dallas Police Department is making a big deal in its efforts to recruit new officers by adding cowboy hats to its uniform. Hats off to those urban cops, but they're a little late to the party. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that cowboy hats never went out of style in Wyoming. In fact, they're an expected perk of the job.
They were spinning it as a way of recruiting, trying to get people interested in becoming a Dallas police officer. And that seemed like kind of an anathema to a lot of Wyoming law enforcement officers because cowboy hats, that's just part of the routine. It's been part of the sanctioned uniform for many agencies for decades.
Texas is the latest state to tap into the potential of cowboy hats for law enforcement officers. Deputies with the Boulder and Arapahoe County Sheriff's offices in Colorado got permission to wear cowboy hats on the job for the first time in decades just last year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
People might think bringing their dogs to grizzly country makes them safer because their loyal, dutiful companions will put themselves between danger and their owners. The reality is, having your dog along for protection frequently makes things worse. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a new study shows dogs can harass and enrage bears, then run away while their owners get mauled.
Tom Smith, he's worked for decades in bear research all over North America with polar bears, black bears, and brown bears or grizzly bears. And so he knows his stuff. And they did this deep dive into dog, people, and bear encounters across a huge range of locations. If you let your dog run loose, or if you think your dog's going to help warn you of grizzly bears or protect you of a grizzly bear, they could make matters worse because the dog could run off, get into a tussle with the bear, get scared, and run back to you. And then you have your dog with an angry bear right on its heels running back to you.
When considering whether to take their dogs into bear country, Smith said people need to realize the ancient rivalry between bears and wolves from which dogs are descended. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Yeah, it's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on the 1st of September. It's a Monday. Stories we're following today. Well, big congrats to Double Dubs. It's a 4-P. Was there any doubt? Come on. Trent's wings are legendary at this point. Anna Louise has that story. We'll check out a 78-year-old rancher scaling a 130-foot flagpole. The guy's not scared of heights. I'll give him that. Hey, what exactly does a wrangler do? We'll explore that job. The job of a wrangler in Wyoming. Is it all it's cracked up to be? Meteorologist Don Day not concerned about the La Nina watch. Dale Killingbeck has a couple of Wyoming history stories that are fantastic. And Mark Hines warns, don't expect your dog to save you from a bear attack. There's empirical data. There's actual evidence that your dog not only won't step in to help you, rescue you in case a bear comes around, he probably will be the reason the bear comes around at all. Dogs can attract bears to you that you might have avoided if not for the dog, and then dogs sit and watch as you get devoured. Yeah. Texas using cowboy hats to recruit their cops. We've been using cowboy hats for a million years in Wyoming. It's not a gimmick. It's not a hiring perk. It's a way of life in Wyoming, which is super good. Let's do Don Day weather forecast. Looks like this. Beautiful day across the Cowboy State, I can tell you that. Patchy smoke in Casper in the afternoon. Otherwise sunny, 84 today. A little bit of smoke in Riverton showing up late in the day. 87 the high in Riverton. Sunny, 79 in Evanston. Green River, you might deal with a little bit of smoke early in the day. 84 the expected high. Smoke in Pinedale. Sunny, 77. Alpine, a little bit of smoke early in the day as well. Sunny and 88 in Alpine. DuBois, some smoky haze to deal with. Otherwise, mostly sunny, 78. Jackson, patchy smoke, sunny, 82. Thermopolis, a little bit of smoke showing up after 3 in the afternoon with highs 88. Cody, smoky, 86. Buffalo, a little bit of smoke as well. Sunny, 82. You'll top out in Sheridan at 88 with widespread haze later in the day. Sun until then. Sunny in Gillette, 83. Newcastle, sunny and 82. Torrington, 85, the high under sunshine. Sunny and 80 in Lusk. Cheyenne, sunshine, 77, and mostly sunny in Laramie with high 75. Rawlins, 77, under mostly sunny skies. Where's that smoke coming from? I mean, I know we've got a couple of fires that are problematic, but I didn't think they were that big that they were throwing a ton of smoke. And I thought that week of kind of cool, wet weather put a chill on them. I'm going to make a note to ask Don where the smoke be coming from. I'm not sure. Yeah. Greg Johnson will be with us in a moment. We'll recap the weekend sports. College football underway. Wyoming Cowboys, of course, got that big win Thursday to start their season over the Akron Zips in a 10-0 game that was pretty boring. But some fun college football over the weekend, for sure. Downtown's small town, rural town, Wyoming, much like rural America, small towns are dying, but don't tell Matitzi that. They're bucking the trend. Renee Jean writes a story about Matitzi. It doesn't take long for a passerby on Wyoming Highway 120 to realize something wonderful happening in the tiny town of Matitzi. It's bustling downtown. There was a time when Matitzi was on the decline, population every year getting lower and lower. But things are looking on the up and up now. You got ice cream shop, the Matitzi Chocolatier, Vic Payne's Art Gallery, the Cowboy Bar, the Elkhorn Bar, Matitzi Meat Company, a lot of businesses in Matitzi, and things starting to move along a little bit. Matitzi Mayor J.W. Yetter, they just call him Bill. He said, when I first started watching the population signs in the late 50s, I'm assuming he's talking 1950s, he said it was about 600 or so, and then 596, 594, down and down, the population went. It's a big part of the reason he ran for mayor 11 years ago. Yetter said, we're in danger of losing our schools. We're in danger of losing all the municipal services we offer. So it's crunch time. And a few things had to change, just a few tweaks. Renee Jean explains them in her story. It was strategic doing. And Matitzi is back. Which is, if you look where Matitzi is, you can see why it could very easily be a ghost town. Matitzi is not exactly on the way to anywhere. You have to go out of your way to go to Matitzi. I mean, it's between Cody and Thermopolis. So if you were making the trip Cody to Thermopolis, you would encounter Matitzi kind of halfway on the way, a little more towards Cody, on Highway 120, which is not super well traveled. Not well traveled, certainly south of Matitzi. That's a pretty quiet highway. Right there on Gray Bull River, Matitzi is back. Mark Hines has a story about hiking with your dog and whether it's liable to step in if all of a sudden you're being attacked by a bear. Probably not, is the short answer. People might think bringing their dogs to Grizz Country makes them safer because your loyal, dutiful companion will put itself between you and danger and claws and teeth. Nah. Reality is having your dog along for protection frequently makes things worse. Dogs can harass and enrage bears and then run away while their owners are mauled. Tom Smith of BYU in Utah, he led a study. The bear biologist did a study. He and his team of researchers analyzed 326 bear-human conflicts involving dogs across North America. He was specifically looking for the dog factor, the dog aspect. What Smith and his research found in these incidents, and he tracked them from 1901 to 2023. They involve black bears, brown bears, grizzly, and polar bears. Smith studied bears for decades. His best advice after looking into all these incidents: leave Fido at home when venturing into bear country. There are a few dogs, specialized dogs, that are trained to ward off bears, trained to fight bears. Karelian bear dogs, for instance. But for the most part, your dog likely is not going to get involved in the case of bears. Smith said, we found that a dog triggered conflict in 54% of the incidents. So half the time, the dog's responsible for the bear finding you. Usually a dog is, off leash and out of sight, running ahead of the trail or to the side. Approximately 2% of dog owners died in these confrontations. Roughly 80% of the instances that the researchers looked into, and again, it was 326 in total, in 80% of the time, dogs did not respond to bears attacking their owner. In many cases, dogs either fled or sometimes even, quote, sat and watched. I don't know what's worse, having a scaredy cat dog that runs away while you're getting chomped on, or having the dog sit there and watch the whole thing and do nothing. Mark Hines has that story in the Cowboy State Daily, speculating on whether it's a good idea to hike with your dog in bear country. I don't know too many people who bring a dog for the purpose of having protection from bears. I wouldn't count on that ever. But I don't think many people do that. I don't think too many people bring a dog feeling a little more secure in bear country. It would have to be a big, ferocious dog for me to feel like any sense of safety with a dog in bear country. I don't know that's many people's motivation, but Mark Hines speculates. His headline: don't count on your dog to save you from a bear attack. A prominent bear biologist in Utah studied more than 300 conflicts, found that more than half the time the dog brought the bear to you, and more than 80% of the time the dog did nothing while the bear attacked you. Comforting thoughts, right? We'll be right back with Greg Johnson on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear, but don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Just hearing from Don Day, he's not going to be able to make this scene today. Okay.
The weather?
Yeah, he's probably busy battling the La Nina effect. I don't know. Yeah, so there's
Whatever the heck that is.
no weather today, Greg. There's going to be no weather. Other than it's going to be smoky around the state for many communities. Is that our local fires? I thought we were doing better.
I don't know.
Could be
probably
anything.
not. Probably not.
Yeah. There's some college football upsets.
Yeah. I'll tell you what. I mean, it's like it already. I mean, people are already. Arch Manning. Everybody's already hopping off that bandwagon.
Well, he didn't look too bad. He started bad.
Yeah, he didn't look good. And I tell you what, there were some Alabama. They just got whipped
Bama's
by an unranked team.
Yeah, their dynasty's over. I think we're seeing and their coach. Boy, they were talking about it on ESPN last night on the radio. I was listening. The coach is on the hot seat already. Bama is not all that anymore. And you can't get out of that. The coach, they would have to buy him out. That's $70 million buyout if they want to change course with the coaching.
Wow, that coach has got he's got
he's
got
locked in. Yeah,
that is.
Yeah, he's probably there for.
Man, see, it would only cost $40 million to buy me out.
See, Rockies walked it off. I think it was their 4th walk-off victory this year, which is tied for the lowest amount of any team, but exciting.
But it was a walk-off triple, right?
I think.
Yeah. So that's unusual.
And the dude that did it, he's got a funny name. Mickey, who is it? Mickey something?
I don't know. I don't know any of their names.
He might be your star.
I haven't gotten that invested to learn their names this year.
You don't bother because you're like, I don't know if you're going to be here tomorrow, dude. Yeah, Mickey Moniak. He's like your new superstar. Yeah, he was 27-year-old.
The Yankees they're only 3 games behind Toronto right now.
Yeah, we're putting a push on. We won 7 straight and lost last night. It would have been a win except for an ex-Yankee reached over the wall and stole a Giancarlo Stanton home run. Would have been a 2-run home run. We would have won, but we lost 3-2.
Yeah, the Rockies still are the only ones with that E next to their name in the standing.
E for extra special?
Yes, that's what it is. It's like getting a gold star on your report card. And you look at the difference, the plus minus for runs scored. The Rockies so far, they're a minus 353. The next worst plus minus is the Washington Nationals at minus 180. So they are not just a little bit worse than everybody. They're like a lot.
That indicates when the Rockies lose, they really lose. They make extra effort losing. Well, it's time to turn to football. I did see, you're right. A lot of forecasters are saying the Broncos going to win that division.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. You just hope that it's not just hype.
No, they look good. It's all about, like all the NFL, it's all about the quarterback. And your guy he's on a trajectory to be even better than last year. Bo Nix should be, I think he's arrived. This is going to be the year where we say, yep, he has arrived. Although sometimes you see a guy take a step backwards on his leveling up. I don't want to wish that on you, but sometimes.
I'll tell you what, man, the Cowboys, they traded away Micah Parsons.
You think that was a good deal for who?
It was in the end, it's probably a decent deal if they weren't going to get one done. They got a couple of number 1 picks out of it. But the dude is like arguably the best defender in the league.
Yeah.
And has been. And it's the most Cowboys thing ever to let them go. It makes you think of
Herschel Walker.
Where they let him go to the Broncos and he like promptly wins a Super Bowl with the Broncos. And then, like, just 2 days after letting 2 days after trading Micah Parsons and all that, then they give their cornerback a 4-year, $92 million extension. So it's like, what was the deal with Parsons? What?
So they had money in the bank, is what you're saying. But
yeah,
I could see both sides of it. The Packers, that's a game changer. It might be what Green Bay has been needing, is a face.
It'll be good. It'll be really good for them.
Yeah.
I'm kind of fine with it just because I don't like the Cowboys at all. So
yeah. Well, who does?
Get rid of someone like him. I'm like, well, that's fine with me. And I'm seeing all these memes now.
Oh, what are they doing?
Like where someone like pulls into a handicap spot, and an officer comes over and says, "I'm sorry, hey, you're parked in a handicap spot," and the guy goes, "Go Cowboys!" And he goes, "Okay, sorry, I'll leave you alone."
What? I don't get it.
Because he's a Cowboys fan.
Oh, because he's handicapped. Oh, duh, boy, I'm slow to the party. Yes. Okay, I get it.
I've seen that one a lot since the trade.
That's pretty funny. I could see Jerry Jones' side too, and everything he talked about in an interview. He said, it was going to be the kind of money for Micah Parsons you could pay. Jerry Jones said 2 or 3 pretty good guys. Like Parsons was holding up 3 roster spots with his salary. So you can get 2 or 3. Now you can't get 2 or 3 Micah Parsons. There's only one of them, but I can see that Parsons, when you play to his level, and then how old is he? He's like late 20s, 27.
Yeah.
Maybe.
He's just on his first contract. So
yeah, but his position, any kind of edge rusher or defender like that, I'm thinking, 28 is old at that position. And now you're paying him for what he's already done in the past, and you could get...
he's totally elite. I'd say that if he's over 30, but he's absolutely elite. And I don't agree with Jerry Jones that way, because it's a few pretty good guys. Doesn't get you into the playoffs, doesn't get you wins. I mean, you look at the Broncos. It wasn't that got them over the hump and got them that Super Bowl with a Super Bowl win with Peyton Manning. It was Von Miller.
Von Miller.
It was DeMarcus Ware. It was those guys. It's like if Von Miller isn't being Von Miller, but they just have 3 regular guys.
Mm.
Do they do that? I don't think so.
Yeah. And anymore in the NFL, I mean, the number one position is quarterback. You have to have a QB1 or you're not going anywhere. Although the 49ers with Purdy almost proved that wrong, but you've got to have your best player's got to be your quarterback. But in contrast, or because of that, your second best player is a guy who gets after the quarterback.
It's that edge.
Pass rush, edge rushers are gold, and you don't mind paying them gold. And I also heard Jones the idea that the reason the Cowboys have crapped out in the playoffs is because they can't stop the run. I've heard that over and over. And Parsons, is he the reason? I think he plays the run pretty well for most guys who are just after the passer.
He's pretty solid all around.
Yeah, his wingspan. God, the guy can reach out and grab you. I mean, if you're on the other side of the field, he can reach out and grab you. You just don't even run his way. You don't even, he changes the game, no doubt. But I think it was a pretty good return for Jerry Jones. 2 first rounders and a decent defensive tackle.
Yeah. Okay, he has been a Pro Bowler before. So.
Yeah.
So he didn't just give him away. So he did get stuff for him.
Mm-hmm. Well, we'll see how it turns out. One lock in sports. I mean, Vegas shouldn't even take any bets on this because it's practically like 1-to-1 odds. Is Double Dubs winning awards for their wings? Duh. 4-peat now for Trent. And he deserves it.
Yeah. Yeah. And we had a reporter there this year.
All the way to Buffalo, and that's the one in New York,
Saturday
by the
and
way.
Sunday, Anna Louise Jackson was there for us covering it.
That's so cool. Way to go, Anna Louise. I'm sure she sampled some of the product. Have you ever had? I've never had Double Dubs wings.
Oh yeah.
I'm too far away. They're that good.
I've covered Trent's Double Dub stuff since before coming to Cowboy State Daily.
Mm.
When he was featured on Triple D with Guy Fieri and those things over in Laramie.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, man, Anna sent a video Saturday of this contest they do where they bob for wings in a pool of blue cheese dressing.
Whoa.
Now, I don't like blue cheese, so watching that is kind of stomach turning.
Yeah.
Because you watch it and they're like their faces are going in. I mean, they're just diving in to get these wings. And you can almost like smell it, you know?
Yeah.
Even though it's just a video, you can it almost triggers your nose to smell all that blue cheese.
So you're getting cringy. Wait, now do you do ranch then?
No.
Wow. I like both.
I don't like salad dressings at all. I don't like oil and vinegar. I'm not a salad dressing. I do not like salad dressings.
Interesting. We learn something about you every day, Greg.
Yeah.
National Buffalo Wing Festival took place, and Double Dubs, our favorite wing joint down there in Laramie, is where it all got going in your neck of the woods. And yeah, I'm be interested in the Big Mac sauce inspired by Trent's daughter. I think she came up with the idea.
Yep. And they won first place this year for their barbecue sauce.
Yeah, that's cool. That's the judges and experts judging your sauce, and sauce is everything in the wing game.
Yeah. Yeah, that Big Mac sauce took second for was it the creative category?
Yeah. That's pretty cool because I doubt, McDonald's is sharing the secret recipe to that Big Mac sauce. Got that unique taste. You always know it's a Big Mac. It's kind of like what's the sauce you put on fish? It tastes like tartar sauce.
Does it?
Yeah.
See, I don't have Big Macs either, so I don't know what Big Mac sauce.
Wait a minute. I am starting to now doubt everything you say. You don't like salad dressing and you don't do the Big Mac.
No. Well, that's almost like salad dressing on it.
It is. Yeah,
and I don't like that. And I don't like lettuce. I'm not a lettuce guy.
Wow, you are so fickle.
I am. You think a guy, a guy my size wouldn't be that picky, but I actually am.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm happy for Double Dubs. They make that trip. Are they going to tailgate hard again? I'm going to talk to Trent this week. We're going to get him on the show, of course. Wish him congratulations. And they tailgate the Bills games, a great majority of them. I don't know how hard they're going to hit the season this year, but I hope they're at most of them, all of them.
Yeah, I don't know what their schedule is this year.
But that's hard. And Trent hinted that maybe next year he may not compete. He may go to Buffalo. Maybe he'll be a celebrity judge. Maybe he'll be something. But he's hinted that he might hang it up after 4 in a row.
Yeah, well, we'll see. We'll see. I know he's pretty competitive, so we'll see how it gets.
Yeah.
You never know. That's why you don't ask someone if they're retiring right after winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Too soon. Yeah, we'll let it just settle in for a while, see how it feels. That's a long trip to make, though, and he's got nothing left to prove. I mean, 4 in a row. What else can you do?
So during the preseason, have you seen this thing with the NFL where they're like using the computers to do the measurement on close, whether it's a first down or not?
I haven't even seen a preseason game. I've been too busy, and I don't like to watch them anyway. They're meaningless. But what is it? How does it work?
Well, I guess they use the computers line it up and measure and make it to see whether they've made the first down or not. They won't bring the chains out to
right. I knew they were going to do that, but I mean, what's the mechanics of it? Does this thing? They don't have to stop the game, do they? And look, can they just know? Yeah. They just know right away where the ball is, and
I think they stop.
Oh,
they stop and look just like they would if they're pulling the chains out.
It's just, I mean, that's all that game needs is one more stop while we look at replays and angles and computer. Game's already got enough of no action.
I tell you what, there's an interesting story that I was looking at that says at some point the NFL may bring in an AI official.
How
it could help remove human error.
Yeah.
AI officiating. People complain about the officials, they complain about the umpires, but would they embrace the AI officials?
I think I think AI would struggle with officiating a football game, because I think, unlike balls and strikes in baseball or out or safe, there is a black and a white. There's no gray. There's too much gray in football. They say there's a holding penalty on every passing play, and they're probably right.
Yeah.
But the officials only call the egregious ones for the most part, and then with the whole pass interference, PI, the officials for the most part will pocket those flags in the last 2 minutes of a game when it's, they'll let the boys play. Now, would AI know that? Would it learn how to do that? I think the human element is what you want in officiating football.
I don't know if AI can do that too.
Maybe it can learn that kind of stuff. Yeah, the whole AI thing. AI is unmasking ICE officers. Is that legal? Can Washington do anything about it? Supposedly AI just needs 30-something% of your face that's not masked, and it can finish the rest of your face and ID some of these ICE officers that wear masks. Weird.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. There's a reason these guys, their families, they can become targets, which is not cool at all.
Right. Well, the most hated man on the internet, it's not even up for debate. It's that millionaire CEO that snatched a kid's hat at the U.S. Open. Did you see that video?
Yeah.
Shame on him. Oh, this kid's...
That dude, to me, that dude is worse than the guy who got caught cheating on his wife.
Yeah. It's similar. It's a viral video that just outed you and made you public enemy number one, but this is way worse. Taking advantage of a kid.
What happened to him? I mean, is his company doing something? I haven't seen.
The latest I saw, first we were looking to ID the guy. The very first, we didn't know who he was. And then, of course, soon, you're going to get found, facial recognition, all that. Now we know who he is. The latest I heard is he came out with a statement. Polish millionaire CEO Piotr, I can't even attempt his last name, reportedly defends snatching the kid's hat at the U.S. Open, saying, quote, if you were faster, you'd have it. Oh, so he's not feeling any remorse. He's doubling down on his evilness. We're talking about the U.S. Open where
Well, and if he was faster, he wouldn't have got caught on video scamming a kid.
Yeah.
A kid out of it.
This kid.
And the thing is it wasn't his to begin with.
Yeah.
He was handing it to the kid.
Right.
He was giving it to the kid. He had no business being faster to snatch it or anything like that.
It wasn't a matter of, it's up for grabs, like a home run ball. No.
That's what, I mean, so what? So if he's standing at the ATM and he pulls the money out of the machine and he's putting his wallet and somebody snatches it.
Yeah.
If you were faster putting it in your wallet, you'd still have it.
Same thing.
Too bad,
Yeah.
It was his.
Same thing. I don't know if that flies in Poland. Maybe they got different rules, but that's terrible. Yeah,
so maybe that's how you get to be a CEO.
Yeah. He snatched the job faster than the other dudes that wanted it. It was the kid's pen, too. If you watch the video, it's the kid's pen and the kid's hat, and whoever, I don't even know who the tennis player was, signs it, gives the hat to the kid. The kid has it in his fingers briefly, and the guy next to him takes it, snatches it. And then his girlfriend, whatever chick is with him, she's laughing. They're both laughing about it. And he actually hands the pen back to the kid. The kid's bawling. And he takes the pen back and he's like, thanks. Oh, the optics here are brutal. And it's the most hated man on the internet for sure.
Yeah. I have no sympathy for this guy at all.
No, terrible. Okay, we got to take a break.
The only thing the only thing that made it worse was an actual lollipop that he was snatching from a baby.
Right
out of the cradle.
Right. This doesn't feel right. It doesn't look right. And the guy, no shame. He's just something needs to happen. Karma needs to happen to this guy. All right, we got a break on a Monday. Greg, you're usually busy on Monday. What are you doing?
I do need to take off.
Okay. All right. Thanks for popping in this Monday. It's now September, by the way.
It is.
Yep.
It is, man. Okay, cool.
Have a good Monday. Thank you. We'll be right back after these.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kitchen now.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Yeah, just bouncing along on a Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for dropping in with us. Happy Labor Day. Are you laboring? I'm sort of half laboring. I guess I'm laboring. Greg Johnson had to leave us. He's got to get back to the day job. That's managing editor of the Cowboy State Daily. Greg also wrote this story. It dropped on August 29th. And it's kind of a following up nothing. Still no news regarding the Pine Bluffs crop duster. The pilot, this is now 2 months since the death of this crop duster, shot to death. I think he was found in the airplane hangar. I think. Why, this is so old of a story now. And good job, Greg, to just follow up to see what's going on here. More than 2 months after a Pine Bluffs crop duster was shot to death, Laramie County Sheriff's Office reporting there is still an ongoing investigation. They called it complex. We do have a person of interest, but we don't have any charges yet. The incident that left Kevin Heffley, 52-year-old, dead on the 1200 block of County Road 157, this is the afternoon of June 24th, is still mostly a mystery to the public. Laramie County Sheriff's Office has reported in the past a shooter has been located. I don't, that's cop speak for something. Shooter has been located? How about taken into custody? I'd feel a lot better hearing that. That was the initial report of the shooting on the day of the shooting, June 24th. We learned Kevin Heffley shot dead, crop duster pilot, and then we learn a shooter has been located. And in the 2 months following, nothing. Crickets. Laramie County Sheriff's Office issued a short update on the investigation, which says the probe is, quote, complex and ongoing. I don't know. It just makes you speculate when you don't have all the answers. But I don't know what's complex about. You got a shooter located and you got someone shot. That math's real easy. Guy shot, shooter located. How do we get to some kind of charge? Manslaughter, second degree, whatever. The sheriff's office does acknowledge it's received multiple inquiries regarding the incident resulting in the death of Kevin Heffley. Sheriff's office says our detectives are actively working on this complex case. We appreciate your patience and understanding as the investigation continues. An update will be shared, promises the Laramie County Sheriff's Office, when, it doesn't say when or if, an update will be shared once the case has been forwarded to the district attorney's office. That's standard procedure, says the sheriff, says the SO. The DA will make the final determination if any further legal action is necessary. So I guess we've got a shooter and we've got a victim. And I'm trying to think under what scenario would that not be like we need to go to trial? We need to put a charge on here. I mean, you've got self-defense. I can think of that. You can shoot and kill somebody in self-defense of your person and your property. Is that the case here? I can think of few other scenarios where if you're the shooter and he's the shootee, how are you not charged with something? 2 months later, still nothing. One interested party is Mark Clark of Stonewall, Oklahoma. He's Heffley's friend. They rodeoed together at Kansas State University. And he told Cowboy State Daily shortly after the shooting that Heffley's death has been hard to contemplate. Clark said, we were on the K-State rodeo team together. Kevin was a bareback rider. We just kind of kept in contact with each other after college. And he's stymied. He doesn't know. He doesn't understand what's going on in the case. Now 2 months old of the death of the crop duster pilot, Kevin Heffley, 52-year-old, found dead on County Road 157 in the afternoon of June 24th, shrouded in mystery. Greg Johnson has that story. And we'll get to a few more, including $1 billion pipeline deal covered by David Madison. We'll check in with Jackson Taft Love. Oh, we do have somebody chosen to take over the seat from Darren Smith. Meanwhile, Darren Smith in the news as well, as he launched a huge law enforcement project there on the res. Some 90 agents, 90 FBI agents. It was not an ICE sweep. It was not an ICE bust. But it was the FBI. And it looks like it was Darren Smith because he said, quote, "We're coming for you," in a big operation, including 90 personnel on the Wind River Indian Reservation. It happened this past week, part of a sweeping drug and gun bust by the feds. Darren Smith getting right to work. Well, that'll wrap this up for this hour in the Cowboy State Daily Radio Show with Jake. You can hear us on radio stations across Wyoming. And maybe you are You can also listen in to the show on the interwebs. We're on X Live, Facebook Live, YouTube, and on the home channel, cowboystatedaily.com. Run it back on demand. Pick up an archive. You can listen to any show anytime, wherever you download or listen to your favorite podcast. Thanks for being with us this Monday. We're just getting started. News next.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Small ski resort owners in Wyoming are fighting to keep skiing affordable as major mountains push daily lift tickets to record highs. Deer Valley Resort in Utah and Colorado Resorts Vail and Beaver Creek will charge $329 for peak single-day lift tickets this season. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke with the co-owner of the Meadowlark Ski Area and Lodge between Ten Sleep and Buffalo in the Bighorn Mountains, who channeled the collective reaction of many skiers.
She was appalled to hear that $300 is the new norm, but I think it's probably a business opportunity for them. Studies show that if you ski 4 times a year, you're likely going to carry that habit through your life. I certainly can't shake the habit. I sometimes question my life choices as I've planned so many things around skiing, but I certainly can't afford $300 a day, and it kind of takes the fun out of it too.
Wyoming is a great place to be a budget-conscious skier. Madison reports that at Antelope Butte in the Bighorns, kids age 18 and under get free passes, and Meadowlark keeps their passes at $70 a day, and their cheeseburgers around $10. Optimism still reigns in the outlook and words of a 43-year-old mother of 5 in Powell and her oldest son, whose devastating accident capped a bad 3 months last year that turned their family's world upside down. Cindy Anzuras told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck that the trouble began when their property flooded on Memorial Day weekend in 2024. Then on July 4th, the family's possessions burned up in a garage fire. Less than a month later, on August 1st, Anzuras' then 13-year-old son Gonzalo was paralyzed from the shoulders down in a life-changing car accident.
He's home. He's back in school. It's been a year, but they have faced a lot of hardships. They had to move to a new place. The dad in the home left the family because of the tragedy, couldn't handle it. So they're just dealing with a lot. But I talked to both of them, and they're just looking at life with a glass half full. I think it says a lot to all of us. Life throws us hardships, but they're facing it the best they can, and they're appreciative of the family, the community around them that has stepped in and helped out.
Despite having every right to be mad at God and life for being dealt an unfair hand, Anzuras said she and the family have been blessed by the people of Powell who haven't abandoned them. Well, it doesn't take long for a passerby on Wyoming Highway 120 to realize that something strange and wonderful is happening in the tiny town of Matitzi. Cars are parked every which way along the highway, and people are wearing goofy grins as they casually stroll up and down the wooden boardwalks, a free ice cream cone in hand. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that giving away free ice cream at the Matitzi Mercantile has helped create a surprising amount of foot traffic on the boardwalk.
People will go in for the free ice cream. They'll learn that it's a free will donation, and they're going to wander around town. This did kind of come out of their strategic planning, utilizing the spots in the downtown, not letting them rot and go to waste.
But many of the items Matitzi is focused on right now is strategic doing, building on what's already there, enhancing existing businesses, and creating new sustainable businesses to grow what the town can offer. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans. So go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
On a prominent hill in Star Valley, a 1,500 square foot American flag flies from a 130-foot tall flagpole. When the massive flag needs to be replaced, a 78-year-old ranch owner named Darcel Hulse insists on doing the work himself. Hulse, the owner of the Salt River Ranch, first raised the massive 50 by 30-foot flag on its towering flagpole last September. He told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that he went big because he wanted to make a big statement.
So when a storm blew flew in and broke the ropes that keep that flag up. No one was going to go up there and do it other than Darcel. He said he's 78 years old, but he's not spooked by heights. So he got a crane. He got hoisted up by the crane, and he did that rope work himself.
The massive flag on the Salt River Ranch has become a point of pride for Hulse, his family, the Star Valley community, and thousands of people appreciating it from afar. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Most hiring algorithms would scream me out.
Some bosses couldn't see me as a leader.
I've run this place for 20 years, but I still need to prove that I'm more than what you see on paper.
I've been running code as long as I've been able to reach a keyboard.
This is what I do. It's second nature for me, coordinating 100 details at once.
It's the way my mind works. I have a very mechanical brain.
I sold them on my skills.
You gotta be so good they can't ignore you.
My magic is
analytics and empathy. That's how I'm getting clients. You have to have the confidence in yourself to show up and defy the odds.
I'm more than who I am on paper.
I never got a college degree. And today, I'm the CEO of my own company. People want to tell me I'm one in a million, when actually I'm one of millions. Stars are all around us. It's time for them to shine.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Labor Day, Monday, first day of September. Rob says no ball cap today. I know. Going no ball cap. I probably need one, though. RB checks in, says rabbit. I'm not sure what that concerns. David says if I'm cutting timber and there's a bear around, my dogs better let me at least know. Yeah, you would think. We were talking about whether your dogs are helpful in a bear conflict or not helpful or what. If you're cutting timber, if you're chainsawing, I doubt a bear is going to come and bother you, and they're not going to want anything to do with that noise. And likely, if you cut timber like I do, your dogs are going to be more worried about what you're doing than a bear. I had 2 dogs that were pretty smart, and they figured out pretty smart what's going on when the chainsaw gets taken out and makes noise, and they would hunt the truck and get under the truck, because the first time they saw one tree fall, timber, and the tree fell, they were under the truck. They said, they figured that out. They're like, nope. They want nothing to do with the chainsaw and the trees falling. David Kazir checks in. Jake the man. Hey, David. SVIs. David Kazir. Hey, David, we're talking about a guy in your neck of the woods with a big giant flag and flagpole. Everyone in Star Valley can see this flag. Kind of. Almost everyone. 78-year-old rancher Darcel Holes said he wanted to show off his patriotism in a big way. Big way. So he flies a 1,500 square foot flag. 1,500 square feet. Now, how do you measure that? I wish I knew math. See, kids, this is a reason you need to pay attention to math. You're sitting at your desk and you're thinking, I'm never going to use this. Well, you might. You might be a dumb radio guy like me and he can't figure out 1,500 square feet. What does that make it width? And okay, it's 50 by 30 flag. 50 feet wide, 30 feet high. That's a big flag. Holtz owns the Salt River Ranch. He put this flag up last September, I think, September of 24. And since then, he's had to go up. Well, first he had to go up and put it up, and then he had to go up and fix it. One of the ropes broke. And this, by the way, ranch owner Darcel Holtz is 78 years old. Darcel said, I'm an old guy, but I'm not afraid of heights. He said, we have a hired hand. He won't go up. My son-in-law, he's a little timid about going up, but it doesn't bother me at all. Holtz's daughter, Amy, said, I'll go up and do it. And he said, oh, no, you won't. She offered to go up and fix the flag after a microburst windstorm tore the ropes that were keeping the flag up. Holtz called a local crane operator to hoist him up there. And his daughter, Amy, said, I'll do it, Dad. And Dad said, what? A mother of 5? I'm not letting you do that. So Darcel Holtz did it himself, 78-year-old. Amy took to the camera. She's like, I got to get this on video. Just for the insurance company, right? Oh, she thought, man, this is going to be a good video. 78-year-old geezer up there on a flagpole. And sure enough, that video turned out to be viral. 1.4 million plays since August 12th. It's just like 3 weeks. Less than 3 weeks, that thing has received over 1.4 million views. Most people chiming in saying this is great patriotism. Good for you, Darcel Holtz, 78-year-old, not letting age stop you or a fear of heights. He ain't got no fear of heights, not if he's up that high. The flagpole is 130 feet high. The flag is gigantic. And during the brief time it was down because that storm messed things up. So the flag was down for a little bit while it got fixed up. People noticed and people reached out. They're like, hey, where's the flag? Like they missed that flag. It's a strategic location on the ranch. And because of where they put it, they say you can see it from quite a ways away. Holtz says our new flag is more colorful. The flags fade quickly in the harsh environment. And they like to keep a vibrant flag out there. So, yeah, for the time being, 78-year-old man is the guy who goes up and changes out that flag. A little story for you in Star Valley. David, who checks in this morning. David said he's an awesome guy, one of the nicest fellows you'll ever meet. David would know. So that's a Star Valley dude. So that's cool. Thanks, David, for double confirming that. I mean, just reading this story, I can tell he's probably a cool dude. Oh, I'm watching the TikTok. Oh, here's the video. Here's Amy's video, TikTok. Lee Greenwood is playing God Bless the U.S. I never liked that song. Is there something wrong with me? I hate that song, honestly. Lee Greenwood. It's not un-American or for the Patriot. I just don't like the song. Well, I guess I don't like Lee Greenwood. But yeah, the video shows them hoisting that flag to the top. That's a lot of work. Nice. Don Day said he is not going to be with us today. I'm not sure why. He'll be back tomorrow. Don Day chimes in on this story from Andrew Rossi. Meteorologist Don Day says he's not that concerned over La Nina watch prediction. Don says everybody's hair is on fire over this La Nina. Hold on. It's not a slam dunk situation. It's just a watch. And it's for late fall, early winter. Now, what does La Nina mean for winter? It means less snow, which, of course, nobody wants to hear. Yeah, a La Nina would mean a drier, milder winter. The Climate Prediction Center, CPC, at the National Weather Service issued late last week a La Nina watch for late fall and early winter. And Don Day says that doesn't mean it's going to be all winter, and it doesn't necessarily mean the winter is going to be warm and dry. Don Day said people need to consume their weather reports more carefully. I bet that's not the words that Don used. He gets riled up when news stories like this come out. Don said a La Nina watch doesn't necessarily mean a full-fledged La Nina winter, but it's being interpreted by people that way who don't know any better. They put this out and everyone gloms onto it and everybody's hair is on fire, but it isn't a slam dunk situation. That's what Don Day says. It's probably what he would say on this show if he was on this morning, but he's not. So, yeah, don't get all excited about the La Nina. We don't know what it's going to do this winter until it does it. More important than the weather is Taylor Swift, of course. I mean, come on. Anna Louise Jackson. I thought she was in Buffalo, New York, checking out the wing contest. Somehow she's also palling around with Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. The new power couple announced their engagement not long ago. And there's speculation, otherwise known as rumors, otherwise known as fake news. There's speculation the couple may be looking into Montana to settle down. Really? Where does that come from? They've been spotted at the Uber exclusive Yellowstone Club. Oh, ooh la la. And some say they've been shopping for real estate in the Bozeman area. We don't know anything yet. Anna Louise looking into it. Of course, she's really tight with Taylor Swift. And she said it's the two are rumored to be flirting with becoming Montanans, at least part-time. This is prior to the engagement announcement. I think they had been spending time at the Yellowstone Club. Speculation they were thinking about moving, buying into the Big Sky area somewhere. Yeah, the rumor mill, fed by Kelsey's clothing choice of a club t-shirt. I guess he was sporting a Yellowstone Club t-shirt and summertime sightings of the duo in the Bozeman area. Now, they wouldn't be the first power couple to look into Montana land, that's for sure. That area starting to get overrun with money. But yeah, Swiftie is Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, rumored to be looking into Montana for their second home, third home, first home. They both own, she owns like a huge spread somewhere. I can't remember where. Yeah, well, just to show you we're on top of it. Anna Louise Jackson has that story following Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce. We'll be right back with, let's see, what do we got? No Don Day. We're going to get to Travis Detail. How about that? Special guest. That'll be fun. Travis Detail runs the Wyoming Mining Association. We're going to talk about all things mining when we come back. Right after this on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story will crow about Crowheart and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Matitzi, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lust, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Monday, Labor Day, and we welcome into the discussion Travis Detai, CEO, head guy of Wyoming Mining Association. Travis, we'll just call you TD, which is twice as good as a field goal.
You know, you can call me anything that you'd like. Can you hear me? Okay, Jake, from
I hear you
Louisiana here.
No way.
I'm in a parking lot of my hotel in Denham Springs, Louisiana. I had to come down for a family wedding, and we'll be getting on a plane here shortly and flying back to Wyoming, then out to Washington, D.C. for a couple of days. So I'm happy to get a little time to join you here this morning.
Wow. Yeah, we're happy to be able to rope you in on the run there. So the topic of the day and why we have you on as a mining guy is Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift. Are they going to buy a place in Montana?
Who are those people?
Right. On to mining, the more important issues. Explain. We've had you on before, but for the listeners who missed that segment or is living under a rock, explain what the Wyoming Mining Association is, WMA, statewide trade organization. You represent everything mining except for gas and oil.
Yeah, we do. So we are the state's trade association for our mining industry, mainly our solid minerals. And, we're the nation's leading producer of coal, and that's obviously our big gorilla in the room. And we represent all of our uranium producers, and we're right on the edge of another nice little uranium boom with a little renewed focus on nuclear power and rebuilding our nuclear capabilities in this country. Our industrial minerals are trona, which is natural soda ash, down in the southwest corner of the state. And then we have bentonite all over the state of Wyoming. We've got some really exciting stuff going on right now in the rare earth space. We've got 2 significant rare earths deposits that we're working on right now. You may have seen up in Sheridan, the Brook mine up in Sheridan. They're going to mine some coal and get some rare earths out of their coal, which is really exciting. And we've got some gold and some lithium going on. So there's a lot going on in the Wyoming mining industry. It's very exciting right now. It's fun to be working in an environment where your politicians at the state and local level actually give you a little bit of support as opposed to, trying to shut you down. So we're in a good position right now, and, we're going to be looking to, provide those minerals, provide those mined resources, and more importantly for Wyoming, create jobs.
It's encouraging times for the state. You mentioned the Brook mine. Grand opening on July 11th, attended by the U.S. Secretary of Energy, Chris Wright. And I think one of the most exciting things about that, one, is the innovation of extracting rare earths from that soft coal. So you got a 2-for-1 dig there. Also processing on site. This is something Wyoming's got to do more and more of. I love this.
Yeah, and you're exactly right, Jake. And, as I've said, I've testified before legislative bodies before, we can dig up everything that we've got in the ground right here. We've got tremendous resources in underneath Wyoming soil. We can get it out. But, the second part of that is you have to have a place to send it. We have to have coal plants that burn our coal for power. You have to have processing facilities. If we're going to capitalize on the rare earths play, we can dig them up, but you've got to be able to process them. And, you're seeing companies here like Ramaco up in Sheridan, Rare Element Resources, building they have a pilot plant to start processing rare earths. We've got to go forward in the nuclear space. We've got to look at the downstream, processing processes that you need to create nuclear fuel, being on the enrichment side, the conversion side. And then, we've got opportunities here in Wyoming for manufacturing, the next generation of nuclear reactors on the small modular and side. And, there's a lot of opportunity and it's staring us right in the face. And we've got to decide whether as a state we're going to embrace it or not. And again, being Labor Day, this state, we hear politicians lament every single year, every time that the election year comes around. What do we got to do to keep our kids in the state? Well, we need jobs. We need jobs to keep them here. We need good paying jobs. And, that downstream use of our natural resources, we've got a real great opportunity to start creating those jobs and keep our kids here.
And the state revenues that come from energy extraction, it pays for our education system. It builds our highways and roads. What's the percentage contribution the state revenues get from the mining industry? It's huge.
Oh, I'm not quite sure the percentage, but I'll just, coal alone sends about $600 million annually to the state and local governments. And, you tack the other industries on that. I think you're probably looking close to, maybe $800 million annually coming in from revenues, taxes, fees, and other things to state and local governments. And you're right, Jake, those are the funds that build our schools. That traditionally coal money has built new schools in every county in the state over the last 3 decades. And, those revenues go to our roads. They go to our towns and counties. They go to the University of Wyoming and our community colleges. So, I always say that Wyoming runs on extraction. And whether you're talking mining or oil and gas, we pay the bills so that the folks in this state, don't have that high tax burden that folks, in other parts of the country do. And we're proud to do that. But we've got to consider, other ways that we can, kind of expand on our mineral base and, look to that downstream, those downstream processes and, let's grow our industry and grow our manufacturing. And, we've got the opportunity to do that right now in the state. And again, whether we decide to capitalize on it or not, that's the political decision we're talking about in a lot of these things.
Wyoming does coal, uranium, bentonite, trona better than anybody. The nation's leading producer in all four of those categories is Wyoming. Let's talk about coal for a second, because it's been nearly dead. It was on life support for a little bit. Peabody Energy barely hanging on, but the Powder River Basin is a bright spot there. Coal trending up.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, this is one of the things that, we've heard for the past decade that, 16 years, well, it's market conditions that are driving coal, renewables, and there's no doubt renewables have taken a good size of the market. We compete heavily with gas. Gas prices have been pretty stubbornly low for, in the last decade. And that's fine, but it's not really a market. Everybody's read their Milton Friedman, and a market implies choices. And when you have one of your choices that's overregulated, overtaxed, and in the case of Powder River Basin coal here with the last administration, flat out made illegal to mine. It's not really a market. And so I think what we're seeing today, we've had some great progress in Washington, D.C. and at the state level at reducing the tax burden on Wyoming coal. The regulatory burden is coming into line a little bit more. And then, we're going to be dealing with the stuff that's been going on with the Buffalo RMP and the Powder River Basin lease moratorium. So we're going to be removing that. And so, you've kind of changed the market dynamics for Wyoming coal. We've become much more competitive. And then kind of looking at this demand that this country is going to need going forward as far as energy and electricity, you just can't do it without coal. You absolutely can't do it. So we're seeing some of the premature retirements of coal-fired power plants being extended. Obviously, that's going to need coal to fuel that into the near future if we're going to do this AI, this data center stuff, heavy manufacturing, superconductors, just general electrification. You're going to need Wyoming coal. You're going to need all of it, actually.
Yeah.
You're going to need all of it. You're going to need coal. You're going to need gas. You're going to need nuclear. But coal's well positioned. Wyoming coal is well positioned, and we're looking at some pretty good years, I think, coming down the pipe. And, we're not going away anytime soon. And like I've always said, eventually, someday we probably will switch away from coal to power this country. It ain't going to be on the backs of renewables. But the last shovel of coal is going to be mined out of Wyoming, and that's a long way down the line. But, the future's bright right now.
Amen. Travis Deti, Wyoming Mining Association, is with us. Travis, give me an idea on what you do day to day as far as like the whole lobbying, being in touch with state congressional delegation, working at the federal level. You mentioned you're going to Washington, D.C. I mean, you're always texting, emailing, talking to our electeds, making sure that Wyoming's voice is heard at the table.
Sure, and that's it's been a busy summer, and it was a very interesting and challenging legislative session this year. But I felt the industry came out well. I felt our legislators treated us pretty well out of this legislative session. And then we go in pretty much to what I call convention and meeting season once the legislature wraps up. We held our annual convention in Laramie in early June. That seems like a decade ago, but it was only a couple of months ago. And then we go on the road. And, I've been just in this last couple of weeks, I've traveled to Park City, Utah to address the American Coal Council. Went out to Washington, D.C. earlier and met with our congressional staff. We've got a great congressional delegation. Their staff is excellent, very responsive, very good to work with. Met with the staff of the House Natural Resources Committee, visited with them a little bit. And then traveled down to Colorado for the Rocky Mountain Mining Institute annual meeting. My colleague down there, Judy Colgan, she runs a great show. She's got a great organization. And then, we've done some legislative meetings here in Casper. Last week, we did the big global uranium symposium. had uranium producers and investors from all over the world in Casper talking about uranium and uranium production and the real bright future that we're looking at right now with the renewed American focus on uranium. And like you said, tomorrow I'll be going out to Washington, D.C. I'm going to testify in front of the House Natural Resources Committee on one of Representative Hageman's bills protecting coal in the Powder River Basin. And, then I come back to Cheyenne, I sleep in my bed, I do my laundry, and I'm off to Butte, Montana for a meeting with my contemporaries from around the Western states. And we'll talk Western mining and we'll strategize a little bit and get our messages put together. And then, by gosh, I don't know where I'm at, actually. I haven't thought that far ahead.
Hey, 1 week at a time, Travis.
That's pretty much, it's all 1 day at a time.
Oh, man.
Like I say, squeezed a wedding in here. My nephew got married down in Denham Springs, Louisiana yesterday. So
nice.
We snuck that in there, too.
Very nice. Hey, let's talk about where are you on this proposed legislation regarding giving abandoned mineral rights back to landowners? Split estates are complex. It's tricky.
Yeah, and that was something that the Mining Association, one of my members had asked for as an interim topic before the Joint Judiciary Committee, and it is tricky. I mean, when you talk about the third rail of Wyoming politics, you talk about split estate, and I want to just make this clear. We're not pursuing this with a sense of urgency, because this has been an issue going back to statehood. And, we had just decided maybe to take a look at it and see if there was a way, to address dormant minerals in a little bit more efficient way so that, find the owner. If you can't find the owner, give someone a chance to acquire those minerals. And mainly from the production standpoint, it was an effort just to streamline the process so that we can identify who owns the mineral and that we can develop it. And, again, there are a lot of interested parties, and, there's some ruffled fur out there. I ain't gonna lie about that, but we kind of decided to approach it and in a manner that, we'll bring every party to the table. We'll hear things out. And if we can get a good bill and get something that folks can support, why, we'll pursue it. Probably nothing going to happen this legislative session. We want to work on it. We want to get it right. Hear all points of view, and and see if we can't solve a problem that's been around since statehood.
Mm-hmm. One last thing, Travis, help me understand, what is Wyoming Mining Association's interest or role in nuclear? I mean, I know we're mining uranium to feed nuclear. We might be talking about digging to store spent nuclear, but where are you on that? How does it fit your agenda?
Well, obviously, the nuclear environment, it's a cycle. And, we are at the front end of the fuel cycle, with you mine uranium. The number one thing that uranium goes into is the power sector, and it goes into, the creation of nuclear fuel. We mine the uranium, we ship it off to be converted to nuclear fuel, and then it enriched, and then into fuel. And then that fuel goes into power plants all over the world. And we'd like to fuel our domestic power plants right now. About 95% roughly of our domestic nuclear fleet is fueled by foreign power, foreign sources. We'd like to see that change. And, with this renewed focus on nuclear in the United States, the small reactors, the advanced reactors, the micro reactors, we feel that we can really have a market there to sell our fuel, to sell our uranium into that fuel cycle. And, it goes back to what I was saying earlier. We can mine everything that we want out of the ground, but it's got to have a place to go. And, I think what you're seeing now, with this micro reactor, small modular reactor, advanced reactor movement that's going on, we're doing an advanced reactor in Kemmerer. But our uranium producers are talking to these guys, and we're seeing some MOUs, so if they manufacture these things, we want to fuel them, and the fuel's got to come from somewhere, and we'd rather it come from Wyoming, than from Kazakhstan or even Texas or Utah. We'd like to see it come from Wyoming. And so, that's where our interest lies. Our interest lies in, building that market up, that customer base, for our uranium producers to sell into.
Well, we know Wyoming has some of the cleanest burning coal in the world. How good is our uranium? Is it pretty clean, pretty good? I know Russia likes to boast on theirs.
Our uranium we have a very quality product, and we can mine it efficiently. We can mine it safely. We mine it in the most environmentally friendly manner on the planet. And, we just feel there's a role to play for it there. And, what people got to remember is once you start, and in fact, I'll just throw this out there. The reason the Wyoming Mining Association is even around today is it started because we had a massive uranium production industry back in the 1950s. We once had an industry that employed upwards of 7,000 people, more than our coal industry has ever employed. And so that's why we're here. And, we've got a good quality product. We've got a lot of it. We've got rich deposits. We produce it efficiently, responsibly, safely. And, it's just another one of those grand natural resources that we have in the ground in Wyoming that we need to use and develop and, generate those jobs and that tax revenue so that our people can enjoy the lowest tax burden in the country.
Well, we appreciate you being on a Labor Day Monday. It's the Executive Director of WMA, Wyoming Mining Association. Travel safely, Travis.
All right. I always appreciate joining you, Jake. Thank you so much for your time.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. I got to take a quick break. We'll be right back with This Day in History after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
We're back from break. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and it's time for This Day in History. It's September 1. We take you back to 1872. Major John Wesley Powell passed by Sentinel Peak, overlooking the Grand Canyon for the second time. I'm not sure if it's that noteworthy, but John Wesley Powell, the one-armed explorer, he had one arm, right? Where is Sentinel Peak? Way down there in Arizona. 2,897 feet above sea level. That's it? Oh! We would call that a hill in Wyoming. Sentinel Peak. Big whoop. No, what's cool about Powell is his trip down the Colorado. Oh, man. He wrote a book about it. I read the book. It's fascinating. John Wesley Powell, he shot the river, man. He ran the rapids. This is a time when did he do that? Well, obviously, if he passed Sentinel Peak on this day, John Wesley Powell was exploring 1870s. If you look at a map of the United States in the 1870s, we knew more about Wyoming and Idaho, and some of these western states were better mapped and better understood than the Southwest. The Southwest, you'll see some maps of the U.S. of the 1870s, and the Southwest, there's like a big blank over Utah, Arizona, New Mexico. It was like, some of it is Apache territory, but just very little was known about that area, surprisingly. In the 1870s, like, we were enlightened as to Wyoming and Yellowstone, and we were pretty civilized in the Great American West, but the Great American Southwest, not so much. And that's when John Wesley Powell said, I'm going to get on a boat and float the Seed-Skee-Dee all the way down to the Gulf. Seed-Skee-Dee being the Green River, which eventually has a confluence with the Colorado. And that book, that expedition is I think he did it twice. Why did John Wesley Powell set off to explore the basin of the Colorado River? Because we didn't know anything about it. That's a question the internet is asking. He explained primarily for scientific and government objectives, including, first and foremost, mapping the uncharted Western territories. We didn't know anything about this area along the Colorado. And John Wesley Powell, sorry. I'm thinking of the outlaw who shot everybody. His geographic expedition of 1869 was, it can't be overstated. And I think the book, I'm trying to remember, I read the book a long time ago. He and 9 crewmen set sail in 4 wooden rowboats. Oh, man. I mean, you think about the Colorado today and some of that whitewater. And they set off down the Green River. See, just what I said, to map the final blank spot on the American map. Yes, this area of the Southwest was just totally unknown. And I think he had a couple of guys quit him. Like, they had enough. And they left, and they tried to go overland. They left their boat. They're like, screw this. After a couple of rapids in the Colorado, they're like, screw this, man. We weren't made for the river life. We aren't river rats. And they took off overland, even though John Wesley Powell's like, dudes, you're in Indian country, hostile Indian country. You'll never make it. And they didn't make it. They got killed, scalped, the whole bit. This is history. This is paraphrased Jake history, but it's primarily true. I'm almost positive I read that. A couple of guys quit the trip and they paid for it. Fascinating book. Got to check it out. So this day in history, naturalist John Wesley Powell, who I was looking up to see if he had one arm and how he lost the arm, and I got all kinds of sidetracked. Despite a series of hardships, including losses of boats, supplies, near drownings, and the eventual departure of several crew members, the voyage produced the first detailed descriptions of canyon country of the Colorado Plateau. Yeah, John Wesley Powell would, when everybody else took a break and dried out, like here was a typical day on the river. They would go through the rapids, really wicked rapids. The boat would overturn everything. All the stuff would fall in the river. Their black powder that they were going to use for their guns got all wet. Their food got wet. And they lost half of the stuff. And then they finally got to they got to a shore. They got to the banks of the river and they took a break. They're like, all right, we're going to take a break, let everything dry out, fix the boats. We got to repair the boats. And while everybody was just resting, John Wesley Powell would climb the canyon wall. And just so he could take readings, he had instruments. So he could take readings to see, his barometer, altimeter, to see how high he was. He was mapping. That's his whole thing. He never took a break. He'd be like, all right, while you guys rest, I'm going to go scale this canyon wall so I can get to the top and take some readings. Oh, yeah, he lost most of his right arm at the Battle of Shiloh in the Civil War. Okay. Yeah, incredible history. So Major John Wesley Powell passed Sentinel Peak overlooking Grand Canyon for the second time. So that must have been his second trip. I'm pretty sure he made two of these expeditions. Yes, 1869, and retraced part of that on a second expedition in the winter of 1871-72. You want to talk about a badass. Major John Wesley Powell. This day, 1877, Arthur Griswold Crane was born in New York. He was the governor of Wyoming from 1949 to 1951. He was Secretary of State at the time of Lester Hunt's resignation from the governor's office. And, of course, Secretary of State, second in command, at least back then. I think it still is. Right, Chuck? If anything happens to Governor Gordon, Secretary of State is like the VP. Yes, Senator Governor Hunt resigned in 1949 and Arthur Crane took over, became governor until 1951. It was this day that Crane was born in New York. Happy birthday, Arthur Griswold Crane. 1903, Cheyenne's first automobile was delivered. We're coming into the new age. 1927, Charles Lindbergh lands the Spirit of St. Louis in Cheyenne. 1942, this day, according to Wyoming State Historical Association, it was this day official approval was given to commence use of the Casper Air Force Base, which had been constructed in an incredibly short amount of time. The existing county airport was Wardwell Field, which is now bar none, right? Wardwell Fields runways basically are today's city streets of Bar None, if you can call Bar None city and city streets. This day in 2010, Yellowstone National Park held its 10th biennial scientific conference on the greater Yellowstone ecosystem. All these things happen on this day in history, September 1. Time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network and the Rodeo Roadshow. Will, where are you?
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network, wishing you a happy Labor Day Monday. I'm in Lewiston, Idaho for the Lewiston Roundup, right after a performance or three, as a matter of fact, at the Magic Valley Stampede in Twin Falls County, Idaho, in Filer, Idaho. Beautiful setting for a great rodeo. I have the results of that rodeo, the Magic Valley Stampede, coming up next.
Cattle producers, it's time for Superior Livestock Auction's Labor Day Video Auction. Thursday, September 4th, 44,000 head sell from Hudson Oaks, Texas. It's been a record-breaking summer for cattle producers selling the Superior way. Sale time is 7 a.m. Mountain. Browse the full catalog at superiorlivestock.com. Watch live at superiorlivestock.com or on Dish Channel 997. And don't forget, you can also bid online at superiorclicktobid.com.
It's not just another conference. It's the 2025 Grazing Expo, September 4th through the 7th in Billings, Montana, hosted by the Montana and Wyoming Grazing Lands Coalitions. Connect with more than 60 expert speakers and dive into over 40 in-depth breakout sessions focused on practical tools and resources that support your grazing operation. There's something for everyone looking to support agriculture and our grazing lands. Producers can attend for free with a Rancher Resilience Grant. Learn more about the event at montanaglc.org.
The Magic Valley Stampede in Twin Falls County never disappoints. Always a terrific rodeo. Stetson Wright won the all-around title. The Cowboy from Utah, the 8-time champ of the world. He placed in the saddle bronc riding and the bull riding event. The bareback riding, the title was captured by Mason Clements from Utah. He needed that. He was on the bubble. Moved up to 14 in the world. Bridger Chambers from Stevensville, Montana, wins the steer wrestling event. Clay Smith, the world champ, roping with a rookie, Nicky Northcott from Texas. They win the team roping. Saddle bronc riding, Alan Bohr rides the black tie, the Utah man, 89.5 points at Filer. Tie-down roping, Tanner Green from Texas. In the breakaway roping, it's Suzanne Williams from Standish, California, winning the breakaway roping event. And Anita Ellis from Blackfoot, Idaho, wins the barrel race. She was the Calgary Stampede champion. She's the champion of the Magic Valley Stampede now, number 7 in the world. And Colton Fritzland from Rifle, Colorado, wins the bull riding event. We call it Filer Fair. It's in Filer, Idaho, Twin Falls County, the Magic Valley Stampede. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
Yeah, we're back on a Labor Day Monday. Claire McFarland has more on the arrest of that man wanted in a stabbing death of a Riverton Ute. Now I'm putting the pieces of the puzzle together. I finally get it. Last week, Claire had the story about Fremont County Sheriff's Office, and they went door knocking, looking for Alejandro Behan, 22-year-old, and his mom answered the door, and mom went to Alejandro, who was in the bedroom, and said, "What did you do now?" She thought maybe the cops wanted him for a parole violation. After all, that had been a past thing with Alejandro. He was told not to drink, and I think he got a DUI, violated his probation for being arrested for a DUI on the Wind River Indian Reservation, spent 59 days in jail. So Alejandro's been in a little bit of trouble in his short time on earth, the 22-year-old. So his mom said, "Yeah, the cops are here. What did you do now?" and they took Alejandro Behan into custody after a brief, wasn't a standoff. I guess it was just, he didn't want to come to the door. But he was arrested, and it's for that death on the Honor Farm Road north of Riverton. You remember that, where they found this kid's body stabbed to death, and Behan's one of, I think, a couple of people wanted in connection with that. So, yeah, Claire McFarland has the latest follow-up to that story. Check that out in the Cowboy State Daily. We got more coming up. More special guests. Jam-packed show today on a Monday. It's not a day off for us. We're laboring. Cowboy State Daily show with Jake continues after top of the hour news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Weitzel's Wings, a.k.a. Double Dubs, has just made history. For the fourth year in a row, the Laramie-based Buffalo Wing Truck has won the festival favorite title at the 2025 National Buffalo Wing Festival in Buffalo, New York. Trent Weitzel's famous chicken wings received national attention by being the favorite college nosh for superstar NFL quarterback Josh Allen when he attended the University of Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Anna Jackson followed Double Dubs to the Wing Fest. She says winning the fan favorite prize is like being a four-time Super Bowl champ.
The way that is determined is people who come into the festival get a ticket, and for every ticket they get a wing. And so it's really how many wings the Double Dubs guys gave out. People come from all over the country. They had people from 47 states. There were more than a dozen wing spots to try. There are so many people in Wyoming jerseys. They have this kinship with Wyoming because of Josh Allen.
Aside from Cowboys gear, Jackson said the favorite uniform of attendees chomping on the 34 tons of wings offered at the festival were Buffalo Bills jerseys and styrofoam chicken wings shaped hats. A Utah judge this month awarded nearly $1 billion in damages to a Rock Springs family after finding against a Salt Lake City hospital for botching the mother and baby's labor care nearly 6 years ago. 5-year-old Azalea is nonverbal and delayed mentally by 3 years. Her mother, Anissa Zancanella, told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that Utah 3rd Judicial District Judge Patrick Coram ordered the damages after 4 years of litigation and after finding Steward Healthcare liable in the case.
There were these new nurses that weren't really trained in all the necessary practices, and the filing by Anissa Zancanella's lawyer says that the nurse that had the experience basically ditched the case because she had gotten into a tiff with Zancanella's mom, like about how to handle things. The court argument saying that they were blasting her with Pitocin and the baby's heart rate was haywire, and that after 36 hours labor, they took her for C-section, but it's too late and there was brain damage.
It's uncertain whether the family will receive all of the $951 million that was ordered by Judge Coram. The Dallas Police Department is making a big deal in its efforts to recruit new officers by adding cowboy hats to its uniform. Hats off to those urban cops, but they're a little late to the party. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that cowboy hats never went out of style in Wyoming. In fact, they're an expected perk of the job.
They were spinning it as a way of recruiting, trying to get people interested in becoming a Dallas police officer. And that seemed like kind of an anathema to a lot of Wyoming law enforcement officers because cowboy hats, that's just part of the routine. It's been part of the sanctioned uniform for many agencies for decades.
Texas is the latest state to tap into the potential of cowboy hats for law enforcement officers. Deputies with the Boulder and Arapahoe County Sheriff's offices in Colorado got permission to wear cowboy hats on the job for the first time in decades just last year. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
People might think bringing their dogs to grizzly country makes them safer because their loyal, dutiful companions will put themselves between danger and their owners. The reality is, having your dog along for protection frequently makes things worse. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that a new study shows dogs can harass and enrage bears, then run away while their owners get mauled.
Tom Smith, he's worked for decades in bear research all over North America with polar bears, black bears, and brown bears or grizzly bears. And so he knows his stuff. And they did this deep dive into dog, people, and bear encounters across a huge range of locations. If you let your dog run loose, or if you think your dog's going to help warn you of grizzly bears or protect you of a grizzly bear, they could make matters worse because the dog could run off, get into a tussle with the bear, get scared, and run back to you. And then you have your dog with an angry bear right on its heels running back to you.
When considering whether to take their dogs into bear country, Smith said people need to realize the ancient rivalry between bears and wolves from which dogs are descended. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies. Food can open endless possibilities for people to thrive. Because when people are fed, futures are nourished. Everyone deserves to live a full life. And with your help, together we can end hunger. Join the movement at feedingamerica.org/actnow.
Yeah, D-Matt. It's
Good
Monday.
morning.
What are you doing? It's Labor Day. You should be working today.
Oh, I can't miss my spot.
I
Monday
know.
mornings.
Thank you. You're up there in Montana. Have you seen Taylor Swift today?
No, I have not.
Okay. Just checking. We'll probably ask you again next Monday. Yeah, Taylor Swift, Travis Kelce, rumored to be in the real estate market in the Bozeman area. Them and everybody else who's got millions of dollars.
Justin Timberlake lives down the road from me, I believe. If his kids go to a little school in town.
There you go. Cool. Let's talk about, as we talk about big money, millions, let's talk billions. $1 billion pipeline deal.
Yeah.
It comes with the pipeline, which is good, existing infrastructure. But what does this mean? Houston-based Harvest Midstream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a really ambitious move into Wyoming. It's the first investment this company's made in Wyoming, and they're in this business. I believe it's Hillcorp is the parent corporation. They supply Alaska as well, I was reading. And I guess it's just a vote of confidence in this really significant piece of infrastructure that spreads into the other surrounding states as well. And, you know, they're not an upstream company by the name. I think you can tell that. So they're in the business of moving resources, but you have to have some faith in the supply to invest in the midstream. And so, yeah, all around, really just a vote of confidence in a future for this sector of the energy industry in Wyoming. The guy who owns it, has a legendary past and really successful in his ability to turn around assets. So he has bought, troubled companies. I'm not saying that's what happened here, but he's bought companies and turned them into something more. And then, famously gave out $100,000 bonuses to all the Christmas bonuses to all of his employees back in 2015. And so, yeah, it's an interesting new chapter in this part of Wyoming's energy sector.
David Madison following all things energy for Cowboy State Daily, and every once in a while gets sidetracked with a Montana brothel. What? The Butte, Montana, longest continuously operating brothel in the U.S., and it's haunted. What is the deal with the Dumas, and can you book a room there and hear the ghosts today?
You can, yes. So the Dumas brothel, very much of a legendary spot there in Uptown Butte. And if you haven't been to Uptown Butte, it is so worth the visit. This wonderful collection of old architecture. It looks like San Francisco in the 1800s or something, because it's on a hill, and this is one of the landmarks. It was the scene of some hoarding with the last owners back in 2018. This is a great story. So Charlie and David, I believe, are a couple, and they were in town for Charlie. She needed surgery of some kind, and the specialist was there in Butte. Though back in 2018, they're sitting there talking with the hotel owner. They're staying in the Minor Hotel in downtown, Uptown is what they call it in Butte. And they started talking about ghosts. I guess they have an interest in paranormal activity, and said, wouldn't it be great to own our own ghost, our own haunted property, which is not something I've ever thought, but this couple was really into that idea. And the hotel owner says, well, they're probably going to have a sheriff's sale on the Dumas brothel, which is infamously haunted. And the next morning, boom, on the front page of the paper, sheriff's sale coming up. And it was an hour and a half later, they show up with $25,000 and buy the place. And in the 43 rooms, most of them are packed full of stuff, and most of it's just junk that they have to get rid of. But they find things like a old manuscript that was based on a real diary kept by one of the working girls there. And they begin to experience paranormal activity. Now, I'm not here to judge the reality of all of that. I'm just reporting what they told me. And they said that pretty consistently they can walk in and say hello because they live in Forsyth, which is about 300 miles away in eastern Montana. So they come routinely to see their place, and when they walk in the door, kind of like a lot of folks do when they come home, they say hello, and they say that there have been several occasions where they hear a hello back from some bodiless entity. There are tours, and there are 2 ghost hunting tour guides. One of them is a really beloved former history teacher in Butte, and there's been reports that one of the madams was involved back, I can't remember the dates, but long ago she was involved with a prominent businessman and hoped to run away with him. And she was the mistress of a prominent businessman, wanted to run away with him. And the night that she packed her bag to go, she turned up dead. And the thinking is that she was murdered. And so one of the ghosts that supposedly you've seen is a woman with a suitcase, an apparition of this woman with a suitcase. And so I interviewed a writer from Bozeman who happens to be my sister-in-law, Betsy Games Quammen. And I had remembered that she had told me the story, and I didn't know it was at the Dumas when she told me the story, but she was there taking one of these tours as part of her research for a book about ghosts that she's preparing, she's writing right now. And she felt this distinctive touch in her hair, like someone twirling her hair. And Charlie, the owner, had told me that hair patting and butt pinching are some of the phenomenon that ghost hunters report. And Betsy, I gotta say, is I didn't know she had an interest in ghosts, and she doesn't strike me as someone who takes this lightly. I mean, I really believe her when she says that she felt someone twirling her hair, so it was distinctive. It wasn't like wind blowing or anything. It was very much that sensation. And so anyway, you can book your tours. I believe they, you go to the website, dumasbrothel.com, and there's opportunities between now and when the snow flies. I think the heavy season ends today. The Memorial Day to Labor Day is a common tourist window for historic attractions in Montana. But yeah, I believe what Charlie told me was that they'll keep accepting tours and until it gets too difficult to travel to Butte.
Creepy zoinks. 43 room Dumas broth. That's a lot of rooms. If you got a girl working in every one of these bedrooms all at once, the moaning you hear from these ghosts are moans of pleasure from the 1890s. Prostitution brothels made illegal in Butte in 1890, but officials turned the other eye. They just sort of didn't notice, probably because they were all clients. But yeah.
Perhaps I heard that one historian who didn't talk on the record but told me that he thought maybe Evel Knievel was a visitor there, and that there's a newspaper article that talked about how the sheriff said, hey, how can I prove it? That's behind closed doors. I don't know if prostitution's happening there, and so. And then also he said that, and besides, it's one of the major employers. In addition to the single men working in the mines, there's 43 rooms that need attendance, so to speak. And so, Butte has so much personality, and this is just an example of its kind of wide openness.
Butte, listening to anyone who talks about Butte in the old days, it seemed like a Wild West kind of town, man, a pretty outlaw kind of town. If they had cell phone records, back in the 1940s, you probably found, that's weird. I have a red light on. That can't be good. The red light district. If they had cell phone records in the 1940s, you probably found every sheriff's raid of the Dumas was preceded with a phone call to the madam, we're coming over in another hour,
Well, Pat Williams, who used to represent Montana in Congress, he grew up there, and he is just an example of how busy Butte used to be, that when he would go Christmas shopping in Uptown Butte with his parents, when they would leave a store, they would be sure to have him by both arms for fear that he would be swept up into the crowd.
Wow.
And that, just the thing that always struck me is how busy that town was. And it was a whole lot of single men. I should mention another interview with the tourism director there in Butte, former University of Wyoming employee and reader of Cowboy State Daily. She told me that that red light districts really don't get their due, that they really were the root of civic development, that while the men spent their money on girls and whiskey, the women who earned the money then turned around and sent kids to school and built the institutions that would become a modern town. And so I thought that was an interesting wrinkle that Kelly is her name. She wanted to make sure that that when we think back, we shouldn't think back with judgmental eyes. We should be appreciative of the civic duties that were fulfilled by these women.
Yeah, it was an economy a crucial part of the economy, though semi-legal or flat out illegal. Interesting.
Yeah, illegal. I don't know.
Illegal. Let's talk about one more story from David Madison. State senator accuses Gillette City Council of making closed-door nuclear deals. We already heard about a kind of an objection to the way things went down from a city council member. Now we get State Senator Troy McCowan involved as well, saying, this is NDA. You got your electeds. The mayor's not providing any info to his people and just inking a deal behind closed doors with a possible nuclear company. Not the ones in Barnum. This is another one. Not Radiant. BWXT. What's going on here in Gillette?
BWXT. Yeah, you can look at this in a couple of ways. So McEwen said, look, he got up there and gave kind of a fiery testimony during public comment at a city council meeting saying, look, city council and mayor, you're acting like you're a private corporation. But you got to realize the shareholders are us, the public, and you can't do business of this kind behind closed doors. Now, the flip side of that is it's very common for businesses that are interested in coming to a location to have some kind of NDA to protect their proprietary business interests. And so the city council stuck in the middle there, trying to accommodate a business that they'd like to at least entertain the notion of coming and doing manufacturing. I mean, Gillette is the energy capital as it bills itself, and it has the kind of workforce and infrastructure and big companies like L&H that could help support a micro reactor manufacturer. But as all of these conversations about the nuclear industry include, is like, what do you do about the waste? And I spoke to Rita, I can't remember her last name right now, with Radiant, and she pointed to a Trump executive order saying, look, we're going to accelerate this long slog towards searching for a waste site. And so she believes there's going to be a waste solution of some kind. There's certainly lots of technologies that can stabilize the nuclear fuel, but folks aren't convinced, and they should, the public should be skeptical. The nuclear industry doesn't have a perfect track record. However, it does have a pretty good safety record when it comes to stored fuel at nuclear sites. There's never been an incident, at a nuclear site where fuel is stored. And even, I've sat through a Department of Energy presentation in Casper where they showed that even when it's transported and there's an accident, there hasn't been, some highway disaster involving spent fuel. But I think that Wyoming residents are rightfully skeptical and rightfully want to know everything they can. And yeah, I don't think this is going away. I think the point of the story also was that here is another town that is publicly grappling with this question. How do you balance the desire for these high-paying jobs, for bringing high-tech industry to your place, to your town? Bar None is going through it. Rock Springs had a little dust up about it as well. And now comes Gillette. I don't think it's over. I think it'll probably be more of this type of thing. And if future companies ask for an NDA, I gotta believe it's likely that city councils and local governments will sign that. Now, maybe what they'll do differently is let folks know that they are signing it, but don't let them know what exactly is in the NDA. I don't know. We'll see. And our job as journalists is to tell the story as accurately and as probingly as possible.
In the case of Bar None, though, you knew everything on the table, and then it's your decision as a resident of Bar None whether you can live with it. In Rock Springs and Gillette, it seems to be more like, how did we get from point A to B? That trip was shrouded in the cart before the horse and some secrecy and NDA. We may end up in point B and everybody's totally happy with it, but how we're getting there has got people upset, including Senator McEwen.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it just shows also there's a real divide among legislators. You have other legislators like Ed Cooper from Ten Sleep. He's really a big proponent of letting the nuclear industry gain a really strong foothold in Wyoming. The whole pitch is from the mine to the waste and everything in between. I think this is going to be just like the whole energy sector. It's ramping up.
Yeah, we had Travis Detail on earlier. He's all excited about everything trending up. Thanks, David. Appreciate you being on a Monday.
Absolutely. I will see you in a week.
Okay, buddy.
Bye-bye.
David Madison on the show. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Mom, I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues on this Monday, Labor Day. Into the room, Tina Hobel-Heinrich. Hobel-Heinrich? Is that
you
close?
Got it.
Hobel-Heinrich. Tina is putting Casper on the map. I know you're going to say Casper is already on the map. That's what Cody thought 7 years ago until Tina showed him where the map is. She spent some time with the Cody Country Chamber of Commerce. We'll tell you what Cody Country COC said about her during her tenure. But meanwhile, as of 2023, you took the job with Casper. What's going on in Casper? I mean, the biggest thing you can do with the tourism in Casper is finish up the construction, and I think you have.
Oh, well, you're preaching to the choir here. Our office is about 100 yards from the interstate. So now that both the on-ramp and the off-ramp are open, life is good here. But you know what I love most about Casper, Jake, is that Casper is more than just tourism, a lot more. And so it really has been an amazingly good fit for me.
Well, would your purview also include Evansville, which I love?
Yes. Yeah. We're the Casper area. So we go to Midwest and Edgerton, really all of Natrona County.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, so many times I've had to stop for usually high school sports. There'll be a volleyball tournament or a basketball game, and I'll stay at the come on in and I'll eat at the at the Texas Roadhouse. I don't even need to get off that one drive. I mean, I love so many things about Casper. It's got to be an easy place to promote, but you're always have to be thinking of ideas. Today's Labor Day. What's are the rooms? We got heads in beds. Are the rooms full? What are you doing?
Yeah, one of the great things here is that we are part of a three-legged stool. So we have Advanced Casper, who does economic development. We have Visit Casper, who does all things tourism. And so Annette Pitts, our new director there, would probably be better poised to talk to you about heads in beds. And then here at the Chamber of Commerce, we really support all businesses and make sure that they are in a position to succeed.
Now, how do you get the biggest challenge with small towns? And Casper is a city, but it's still a small town, really is getting people to buy local and invest, spend their money locally. It's so hard with the internet. I mean, you got to come up with ideas. I don't know. What are you doing to get the word out to please buy local? Your $5 spent locally comes right back to you. I mean, you just trade the same money.
Yeah, we have a lot of things going on here at the Casper Chamber. We're working on a way to maximize marketing so that our members find marketing more affordable so they can get the word out about their product. But we are huge proponents of shop locally. And so last year in October, we brought back a local gift certificate program. We call them Casper Bucks or Chamber Bucks. And really, it's a way for people, instead of buying Visa gift cards that people can take to Colorado or, any other town in Wyoming and use them anywhere, these gift certificates are meant to be used right here in Casper. It was a program that we had in Cody. And in Cody, it generated like $160,000 that stayed in the local area there. And while it's brand new here in Casper, we love it. And we're really hoping that it's going to kick off. But, the other thing that we're really proud of here in Casper is just highlighting the industries that are here. So I'm just coming off of 18 months working with the Society of Mining and Mineral Exploration, the Central Wyoming chapter. So we just wrapped an amazing global uranium symposium. And so the Casper was really proud to host that registration and bring all of those people here to visit. And man, it was a labor of love, but it was an amazing outcome for Central Wyoming, especially as uranium becomes more important to Wyoming and to the country. Wow, what a great opportunity to bring that conference back. It hasn't been here since 2017. So just a ton of respect for the group of people that I worked with on that.
That would bring a smile to Travis Detai's face. We had Travis on earlier this morning. That's good news. Wow.
Yeah.
Tina?
Wayne Hiley was the president who really led that here. He was my local contact, but there was a group of about 15 or 20 of us that started 18 months ago, and it was great. And, during that process, we really learned a lot here at the Chamber of Commerce. And in January, I had a local member say, hey, you know what? Have you thought about a safety expo? And so coming off of the success of the Uranium Expo, and having Ann Alexander here a couple of months ago and knowing what, our workforce sectors are doing has really emboldened us. So in October, we're bringing the Manufacturing and Safety Expo, first one to Wyoming. So it started out as the Central Wyoming Manufacturing and Safety Expo, and it's really not. It's about all of Wyoming. So really creating an opportunity to celebrate the fact that the manufacturing sector here in Natrona County has grown 17.3%, while, natural resources and mining has dropped 47% in the last decade. So really making sure people understand what labor is doing in Natrona County and how can we make it easier for Natrona County and all of Wyoming to maximize the fact that we're doing great things.
Tina Hobel-Heinrich, she spent 7 years at Cody Country Chamber of Commerce, where they say she replenished their reserves. She grew the staff, increased member benefits, and brought stability to the COC. What interested you in heading to Casper to take up their cause. I've heard you say on a TV interview you love being a fixer, to come in and help struggling organizations, get them on their feet, get them growing, get them in the right direction. Is that a big attraction to coming to Casper?
I think Casper had a lot of strength here. But one of the things I don't think it's unique to chambers of commerce, but more to nonprofits in general. When you have a lot of turn at the top, when you have executive directors that only stay the average 2 years, it really is hard to get policies that are entrenched and really get the community to understand and love what you're doing. It really is a challenge. And man, Cody was so good for me. They just embraced me and allowed me to be part of the community. And so, folks asked, why would you move from Cody to Casper? And while I love Cody, I have family there, I love Casper. It's just it's a different pace, different membership, but the folks could not be more welcoming. And we have great partners here. That really is what makes the difference.
What's that round building? The M?
Yeah, we had our annual dinner there this year, Jake. You should have been there.
I love that place.
Well, I am a big fan of mid-century modern, as all of my employees and friends are tired of me saying. But one of the great things when I was moving to Casper, we were actually thinking about moving out of our chamber building. Everyone assumes this was a bank because we have a drive-up window. But in 1974, they were thinking about tourism and they thought, wow, what a great thing. Let's give the chamber a drive-up window.
No.
Yeah, this building was actually made by our members, built by our members for the chamber, and it just needed a little love. But you walk into it and it's got, you can see my office is a fishbowl. And so it really has great vibes, great bones, and we're super proud to have brought it back to life, and proud of my board for making the commitment to do so. So we're still here in our home, and that mid-century modern vibe carried over nicely to our annual dinner at the M building. But you're right, there's so many unique things. Have you heard about the 7 wonders of Casper?
No.
All right. Well, you need to come to town and we'll show them off to you.
Okay. I hope it involves eating. Casper has just great restaurants. I DJ at a wedding at the M, and it's just beautiful building. I love it.
It is stunning.
Tell me about earlier this year, the Civics Bee, a competition for 6th, 7th, and 8th graders. This is unique.
Yeah, so last year, Cheyenne was the only chamber to be asked to participate. And so as this National Civics Bee, it's a partnership with the U.S. Chamber Foundation and the U.S. Civics Trust. So as that has grown, a couple of us, so Thermopolis and Casper, came on board last year. And it's about civics education. I mean, if we truly want our democracy to thrive as we approach that 250th anniversary, we need to make sure that our young people understand how our democracy works. And so that's really what the Civics Bee is all about. So the kids start by writing an essay, goes into a national database, it's judged nationally, and then the top 20 kids are invited to compete here locally. So being population challenged, we actually had 11 kiddos here in central Wyoming. And then the winners go on to the State Bee. And so August 8th, I drove to Cheyenne to support 3 of our kids who made it to the state level. And one of our kiddos won. So I don't know if a trip to Washington, D.C. is in my future in the fall, but there is nothing more humbling than seeing the world through the eyes of 7th and 8th graders. The girl who won, her essay and her project was about middle school motivation and about how, that really is a turning point for our students. And so by tapping into what motivates kids at that level, it will carry them further in their future. Man, smart as a whip, this girl.
I love that. Gives me hope for the next generation. Great.
Yeah.
I have 2 questions. There might be like oddball points. I don't know why I'm thinking of them, but farmers market. Does the chamber get involved in that? Does Casper have a farmers market?
Casper has a couple of farmers markets. So they do a great market at the David Street Station, and then they also have a second one at the fairgrounds. But, we also have local, it's like a growers cooperative here in town that's fantastic as well. And then when you go to Mills, they have like a farmers market type business that's freestanding. So if you need those specialty products like unpasteurized milk, if that's, something you're after, there are a lot of resources here for folks in Casper. It's exciting.
Yeah, and as far as bringing in expos and conventions and all this stuff to Casper, some people may know that there was a time when Casper and Cheyenne were battling it out to see who would be the state capital. Cheyenne won that, but Cheyenne is way down there in the southeast part of the state. Casper's centrally located. That's pretty cool to be on the crossroads of everything in the state.
The Wyoming Business Council worked with Harvard for a couple of years, and at the end of that study, they said that Casper really is the heart of the economic success and vibrancy of the state of Wyoming. And it really is true, but we're seeing that. If you think that Casper is only what you see from I-25, you are really missing out, because Casper is so much more. Just in terms of, restaurant presence and things to do. Recreation is huge. I bought a home at the edge of a golf course and a block away from the Platte River. So it really doesn't get much better than that.
That's pretty nice. Casper is a lot more than what you see on the drive-by, and that's your job to sell us and tell us.
It is. Yeah, absolutely. So whether it's Evansville, Mills, Midwest, Edgerton, all of Natrona County, it really is important to know what is in your home state, and Casper has a lot to offer.
Tina Hobel-Heinrich, thanks for joining us and putting Casper again on the map. Awesome.
Oh, thanks, Jake.
I mean, Casper sells itself, so all you got to do is, I don't know, they just give a little nudge in the right direction.
Yeah. Yep.
Thanks, Tina.
Thanks, Jake.
Come back soon.
Anytime.
Cowboy State Daily show continues with more guests, more going on right after this quick break.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day is a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so cute. Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love, your mind.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Labor Day Monday. And we are Labor Day. The reason for Labor Day is unions. When you want to trace it back, we're going to welcome into the discussion Will Wilkinson. And you're looking at the 2025 AFL-CIO Labor Leader of the Year. Yeah, what'd you get? A big old belt buckle? What did it come with?
I got a plaque.
Okay.
I got a plaque.
And that works.
And some standing ovations.
Sweet. Will, all right, before we get into the nitty-gritty, we're going to talk about Frontier Ambulance, WeSoda, Sierra Hills. Give me an idea. I mean, what do you do? What's the day job? You work out of Green River. You represent United Steelworkers in the state of Wyoming. What's your day-to-day?
So I bargain all the steelworkers in Wyoming, every contract. I bargain all their contracts. I handle all their arbitrations, do their day-to-day labor relation issues. So that's pretty much my job every single day. A lot of lawyers and a lot of COOs is what I do on a daily basis.
Yeah, and you're just making sure workers get treated fairly, get the fair shake. And we'll tell you about some of the issues, some of the situations where you need a representative on your side. Let's talk about Frontier Ambulance, Fremont County. I know these guys. I haven't had to use their services, but Lander, Dubois, Riverton, Frontier Ambulance runs the program there in Fremont County. Starting pay was dismally low, and they were short-staffed for years. How did you help Frontier Ambulance?
So they reached out to the State Federation of Labor, the AFL-CIO, who then referred them to me. I went up. We had a few meetings, discussed their issues. I mean, they couldn't recruit anyone at their low pay. They had safety concerns. That one guy was given heart palpitations, CPR to another guy, and the wheel come off the ambulance as they were riding. So they wanted safety. They wanted more people, the ability to recruit. And so we bargained a contract for them. They got some spots got a 20+% raise. They got sick time, pickup shift bonus. We negotiated a recruitment and a signing bonus so we could recruit more. And since they've got a contract in place, they're fully staffed. They've been able to meet the needs of the community. And I don't think the community was fully aware that they were running so short, which is a danger to them when they call 911 and need them, and a danger to the employees. So it worked out really well for that. And the community was supportive. When they found out that the starting pay was $12.50 an hour, that was just, they did not believe that was appropriate.
Yeah. The community understands the importance of first responders. When you call 911, man, you want someone to show up. That's great. Great success story there. How about WeSoda? You got involved in bargaining last summer with that, and the company WeSoda, formerly Genesis, when you were dealing with them, they wanted to restrict overtime pay, take employees' pension away, and you stepped in once again with the cape on.
Yeah, we knew we had working with Genesis. They were the notorious anti-union. They were trying to bust us for a couple of years, and the workers stood strong against them. We had rallies. We did all kinds of actions. We went to businesses to get support to let them know. And then we made it under no certain terms to Genesis at the time that we're not giving up our retirement. We work here. It's dangerous work. This is our work. And we deserve a fair wage and to retire with dignity. And we did finally, at the end of the day, they came to their senses that they should provide that.
We're talking to Will Wilkinson, as we said at the top, 2025 AFL-CIO Labor Leader of the Year for the state. And we're just running down the list of success stories, one after another. Sierra Hills Assisted Living in Cheyenne. What happened there?
So your first ever healthcare union was Fremont County. That was in the state of Wyoming. We have no healthcare unions. That is the first one. Sierra Hills was the second, and we've been about 19 months now bargaining their first contract. And the company is very adamant that they do not want a union here. The union is alleging they violated the law at least 20 times. They currently have one settlement agreement acknowledging they violated the law. They're in the process of hanging up their second, and we believe by the end of this process they'll violated the law at least 12 to 15 times. So we're making sure that their concerns when they came to us was specifically safety, that they were being forced to perform cares that were out of the scope of the facility. And we've got the language now. It's just getting the company to get to the table so we can get the deal over the finish line and they can better serve their residents. So it's not really even an economic issue with them. It's all safety based and care for their patients.
Well, for a guy like Will, labor union guy, every day's a picnic. In fact, he's at a picnic right now, man. Where are you at? It's beautiful. Look at the sky, blue skies, Southwest Area Labor Council's Labor Day picnic. Are you live from this event?
I am. So it starts at 11 o'clock. We're currently in the process of putting up banners. We got the party wagon coming in. So it's at Crossroads West Park. We've been doing this. This is all the unions of the Sweetwater County area. And we do a picnic. It's open to the public, free dogs, free burgers, free drinks. If you want to have a beer, we got beer too, $2 for a wristband, and then you get free beer. And the $2 that you give for that wristband goes to the diaper bank in town. So it's completely free, all put on by us for the public.
This picnic,
celebrate Labor Day.
Yeah, this has been going on since the 1980s, and so cool that Will takes a minute out and joins us. Let me hit one more thing. I think we know statistically every year Wyoming is one of the most dangerous states to work in. There's mining, there's all kinds of things that put you at serious risk, and somebody should step up on behalf of employees and make sure they're being taken care of safety wise. What's going on with Doge cuts? And it's putting people at risk. The Mine Safety Health and Administration. What are you doing on behalf of miners and those working in dangerous occupations?
So we can bargain in safety language, but MSHA was put in place to protect these miners. An underground mine, they got to have quarterly inspections, and that's specifically from all the mine tragedies we've had in the past. And we've been lucky. We've had some near misses. We have had some injuries at both the mines that the steelworkers represent on the patch. And the safety language we have does help us, but the MSHA and NIOSH is absolutely needed. Their inspections, help with the second set of eyes, but also keeps the company in the right direction. We were with Genesis. We had told them we needed a shaft replaced for years. It was like 2011 the first time, and it wasn't until 2023 that MSHA finally stepped in and shut the shaft down. So there's only so much that we can do where the government does need to step in for my guys' safety to make sure that everyone, they're just doing a job, not giving their life for that job. And then NIOSH, we had a dust problem at Genesis. They were not helping address it. WeSoda, I will say, has been great at trying to address these issues, but we were going to bring them in and they had a date set, and then we get an email from the person that was doing it. Sorry, I've been let go. They're gone now. They're gone. And now it sounds like they're coming back and they're going to be able to do a dust study for us at some point, but they actually had to send the email to the union president from their personal account because their account had been suspended. We need these organizations to find out what's hazardous, what's in this dust, what's in this chemical. Another one they've been cutting on is the Chemical Safety Board in Cheyenne. There, I represent the oil refinery, and they really break down anytime there's an explosion, anytime that someone's killed, they break that down, they find out exactly, and then find ways to prevent it. If they're not there to do that, I mean, we all know an oil refinery right there in town, a big explosion is a danger to not just my guys, but the community as well.
Will Wilkinson, we know when labor unions, when things don't go right at the bargaining table and they go to the extreme, we know strike, and that's the worst case thing. Nobody wants that. And tell me how many times you've worked with, I'm trying to figure out like how many times it doesn't come to headbutting. Like you have to work things out and nobody like crisis averted. You've negotiated successfully. It's probably why you won the award.
It is. You push it. I mean, if it's bad, we call it hard bargaining. It does get close, but I've been doing this work for 15 years now in bargaining, and that from back in North Dakota when I was president of Bobcat to here as a staff rep representing everyone. It's gotten close. I have one 10-day temporary strike there at Edgewood at Sierra Hills in Cheyenne. But for the most part, it doesn't happen a lot. I mean, we do want the company to be successful, and we do need we're looking for fair contracts, not everything under the sun. You know, we want to be paid a fair wage and be able to retire with dignity for the 20, 30, 40 years of work we do for the company. And we see their balance sheets. Every company I bargain with, they make a lot of money, so they can share in that wealth and make sure the people who help make them that money are taken care of.
Nice. Well, Will, again, congrats on the award, and thanks for stopping in. Don't be a stranger. Join us again if you got some news. Enjoy the picnic today.
I will. Thank you very much for having me.
You
See
bet.
guys.
That's Will Wilkinson of the Cowboy State Daily. We are going to, what are we going to do? We're going to pivot. We're going to do Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Yeah, let's do that while I reset, figure out where I want to head next. Time to check in with Ray Hageman and the Wyoming Game and Fish Report.
Hi, I'm Ray Hageman, and this is the Wyoming Outdoorsman. Hunters interested in learning how to take a lymph node sample from their deer, elk, or moose this fall should plan to attend a training course in Casper this Thursday. Stay tuned. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department is hosting a training session on how to remove lymph nodes from harvested deer and elk for chronic wasting disease testing. The training will be held September 4th at 5 p.m. at the Casper Regional Game and Fish Office. CWD is a fatal neurological disease that affects deer, elk, and moose. Early detection through proper lymph node collection is essential for monitoring and surveillance of this disease. This training is ideal for hunters and will be conducted by wildlife professionals. Again, the training is September 4th at 5 p.m. at the Casper Region Game and Fish Office, 3030 Energy Lane, in the shop area. Participants will receive hands-on instruction on the correct procedures for locating, extracting, preserving, and submitting lymph node samples for CWD testing. This training will cover all necessary tools and techniques, ensuring that attendees are well prepared to contribute to vital CWD surveillance efforts. Hunters can also view online instructions and a how-to video on the Game and Fish website. Since 1997, the Game and Fish has been monitoring the distribution and prevalence of CWD to better understand how this disease may affect the health of Wyoming's deer and elk populations. This disease has now been identified in most deer hunt areas across Wyoming. Continued monitoring of the disease over time is important to help Game and Fish understand its potential impacts and evaluate future management actions for deer and elk. Determining the prevalence of CWD in herds is important for management and requires many samples from each herd to be submitted to the Game and Fish Wildlife Health Laboratory. For this reason, sampling efforts are focused in different hunt areas each year. Areas for the Casper region include mandatory sample submission in deer hunt areas 34 and 88 Type 7, and focus priority area sample submission will be in deer hunt areas 7 through 14 and 21. For more information about chronic wasting disease and the importance of lymph node testing, go to the Wyoming Game and Fish website. Another workshop will be planned in Cheyenne for September 23rd at the Game and Fish office at 6 p.m. More details on that coming up in the coming weeks. This has been the Wyoming Outdoorsman, a program by the Wyoming Game and Fish Department. Thanks for listening. I'm Ray Hageman.
We're back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake continues.
I still can't get over this dude at the U.S. Open. Game, set, snatched. Polish millionaire CEO grabs a signed souvenir from a kid, a child, and the kid is bawling. I'm looking at this whole episode right now. Does it come with sound? I hate to hear. It might. Let me see if it has sound to it. Not any useful sound. Yeah, the kid is, this kid is getting his hat signed by, I'm not sure who it is. I don't recognize my tennis stars. Medvedev, he's the only guy I know. He's signing this piece of swag for a kid, and a full-grown adult man is standing next to him waiting to have a tennis ball signed. But as soon as this kid's... Oh, I see. The tennis player takes his hat off and is giving it to the kid. Like this would be some swag. This would be a keepsake, a hat from the tennis player. And he takes it off and he's handing it to the kid. And then the tennis player is distracted. He goes to sign something else and he hands it to the kid. And before the kid can even grab it, the kid might have had his fingers on it. The dude next to him snatches it away with no remorse. In fact, later he was reported as saying, if you were faster, you'd have it. Actually defends the hat snatching. Oh, what a terror. He is currently the most hated man on the internet right now. Easily. Despicable behavior. Cowboy State Daily Show continues on Labor Day Monday. We'll be back after top of the hour news. That's next. See you on the other side. Thanks for being there with us on this Monday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Small ski resort owners in Wyoming are fighting to keep skiing affordable as major mountains push daily lift tickets to record highs. Deer Valley Resort in Utah and Colorado Resorts Vail and Beaver Creek will charge $329 for peak single-day lift tickets this season. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke with the co-owner of the Meadowlark Ski Area and Lodge between Ten Sleep and Buffalo in the Bighorn Mountains, who channeled the collective reaction of many skiers.
She was appalled to hear that $300 is the new norm, but I think it's probably a business opportunity for them. Studies show that if you ski 4 times a year, you're likely going to carry that habit through your life. I certainly can't shake the habit. I sometimes question my life choices as I've planned so many things around skiing, but I certainly can't afford $300 a day, and it kind of takes the fun out of it too.
Wyoming is a great place to be a budget-conscious skier. Madison reports that at Antelope Butte in the Bighorns, kids age 18 and under get free passes, and Meadowlark keeps their passes at $70 a day, and their cheeseburgers around $10. Optimism still reigns in the outlook and words of a 43-year-old mother of 5 in Powell and her oldest son, whose devastating accident capped a bad 3 months last year that turned their family's world upside down. Cindy Anzuras told Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck that the trouble began when their property flooded on Memorial Day weekend in 2024. Then on July 4th, the family's possessions burned up in a garage fire. Less than a month later, on August 1st, Anzuras' then 13-year-old son Gonzalo was paralyzed from the shoulders down in a life-changing car accident.
He's home, he's back in school, it's been a year, but they have faced a lot of hardships. They had to move to a new place. The dad in the home left the family because of the tragedy, couldn't handle it. So they're just dealing with a lot, but I talked to both of them and they're just looking at life with a glass half full. I think it says a lot to all of us. Life throws us hardships, but they're facing it the best they can, and they're appreciative of the family, the community around them that has stepped in and helped out.
Despite having every right to be mad at God and life for being dealt an unfair hand, Anzuras said she and the family have been blessed by the people of Powell who haven't abandoned them. Well, it doesn't take long for a passerby on Wyoming Highway 120 to realize that something strange and wonderful is happening in the tiny town of Matitzi. Cars are parked every which way along the highway, and people are wearing goofy grins as they casually stroll up and down the wooden boardwalks, a free ice cream cone in hand. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that giving away free ice cream at the Matitzi Mercantile has helped create a surprising amount of foot traffic on the boardwalk.
People will go in for the free ice cream,
going. They'll learn that it's a free will donation and they're going to wander around town. This did kind of come out of their strategic planning, utilizing the spots in the downtown, not letting them rot and go to waste.
But many of the items Matitzi is focused on right now is strategic doing, building on what's already there, enhancing existing businesses, and creating new sustainable businesses to grow what the town can offer. I'll be back with more news right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
On a prominent hill in Star Valley, a 1,500 square foot American flag flies from a 130-foot tall flagpole. When the massive flag needs to be replaced, a 78-year-old ranch owner named Darcel Hulse insists on doing the work himself. Hulse, the owner of the Salt River Ranch, first raised the massive 50 by 30-foot flag on its towering flagpole last September. He told Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi that he went big because he wanted to make a big statement.
So when a storm blew in and broke the ropes that keep that flag up, no one was going to go up there and do it other than Darcel. He said he's 78 years old, but he's not spooked by heights, so he got a crane. He got hoisted up by the crane, and he did that rope work himself.
The massive flag on the Salt River Ranch has become a point of pride for Hulse, his family, the Star Valley community, and thousands of people appreciating it from afar. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues on a Labor Day Monday. Dale is laboring. I'm laboring. We all laboring on Labor Day. Dale, what are you doing this Monday?
Well, actually, I'm not laboring. I just went for a run to Jake's show, so that's what I'm doing today.
Oh.
And I'm going for a hike maybe on Labor Day.
Nice. Very nice. I'm going for a big old nap. I had a weekend. Let's go. Let's see. What are we going to do? Have you seen Taylor Swift or Travis Kelce today? We got to ask that.
I don't pay much attention to either of them. Jake, sorry about that.
Not really following that whole thing.
I'm not really following it.
I asked David Madison too. Also, similar response. No interest. Let's talk about this history. Jackie and I have often discussed how it's weird sometimes to think about history and where history fits in history. 1914, you would like that was a fairly civilized time in the U.S. Like so many civilized things were happening, as you point out, Dale. Like I love how you created a juxtaposition of 1914, like there were normal, regular things happening. And then there were also shootouts with outlaws and like the great Wild West. And your story about the Sheridan undersheriff that was killed in a shootout with an outlaw. But then the autopsy revealed something interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's what really hit me was it's 1914, and you think that, you know, things had changed a little bit in the culture, but not for some of the guys out here in Wyoming that just had that kind of a streak going. So yeah, there was a guy that he was a known outlaw, and just it was amazing to me to see how he, you know, his record, like he burns down a barn and then he gets pardoned by Governor B.B. Brooks. And then right after that, he smuggles dynamite and a pistol into the Wyoming State Prison to his buddy, and his buddy tries to blow up, kills a guard and tries to blow up a door in the prison, goes to Colorado, gets arrested for horse thieving, and then when he gets out in 1914, what does he do? Is he reformed? No, he heads right back to Wyoming, steals a deputy's horse in Basin, you know, and then takes off to do revenge on people that put him in prison in 1903. So this guy really had some issues. And so he gets the deputy is in Billings taking a prisoner. They said it was somebody that was insane, to Billings. And so he somehow, they telegraphed him or something. So he heads toward Sheridan because he knows now this rancher that this guy stopped at told this rancher what he was going to do, you know, that he's going to go kill these people that put him in prison. And so the deputy heads toward Sheridan, knowing he's headed that way. And when he gets there on a Friday night, immediately and I'm not sure if it was Under Sheriff Veach, but there was other police officers involved. They're all looking for this guy, looking for this horse. And they didn't catch up with him until Saturday. And when they caught up with him, the deputy from Basin, whose horse was stolen, actually went into an office where this guy was sitting, but he didn't recognize him. But the guy recognized them. And so he headed out, and they decided to follow him and see if, you know, he would lead them to where the horse was at. And this thief went into an office, and the undersheriff just walked by the office to see what was going on. The guy runs out, says, "Hey, why are you guys bothering me? And I'm looking for a job. I'm trying to get a job." And so the undersheriff calls the deputy whose horse was stolen over. There's a confrontation. And then the deputy tells him, "You're under arrest." And the guy jumps back, pulls out his pistol. There's three of them, probably like in kind of a triangle there. And the guy pulls out his pistol, and everybody fires. Everybody pulled their pistol. And what I'm thinking is that when the guy was shot by, I believe he was shot by Veach and by the other deputy, and then his gun discharged into the undersheriff. But as they were falling, the other deputy emptied all 5 rounds from his pistol, and somehow one of his rounds got into the undersheriff. And when they had the autopsy, that said that was the bullet, the .38 caliber, that actually probably killed him.
Yeah, Under Sheriff Veach, and the bad guy is Earl Forey. In typical newspaper fashion, his last name is spelled different ways, but we know who we're talking about. It's Inmate 800. This guy just couldn't turn to a life on the straight and narrow. He was just destined to be an outlaw in 1914 Wyoming.
In 1914, the guy's 35 years old. You know, I don't know. He's just one of those mean street kind of people, I guess, you know, from back in the day that just couldn't find a way to be good, you know?
Yeah, had a little edge to him. This family is inspirational in just surviving what they survived. Cindy, how do you say their last name? Anzurez?
That's what I would say.
Anzurez. Anzurez. Yeah, Cindy. I mean, so much befalling a family in so little time. In a calendar year, hit by flood, fire, car crash, and her husband leaving her. And she still looks at glass half full positive. Amazing.
Yeah, she was an amazing woman to talk to. I mean, everything is on her right now. She has 5 children. Her oldest was in that car wreck with her along with 2 daughters. He gets paralyzed from the shoulders down. It was a slow, she said she was only going about 30, 35, but she clipped his street sweeping machine, and he had a seatbelt on, but he got thrown up into the windshield because the seatbelt didn't hold him back. It didn't catch when they hit this thing. And so he ended up, breaking his C4 and C5 vertebrae, went into his spine. So he had initially couldn't breathe, but now he can breathe and he can move his shoulders. So there's a little bit of hope there, but basically they don't think he's going to be able to move his arms and hands, or anything down below that for the rest of his life.
And the husband just couldn't deal with that and split.
Right.
And
that's what she said. It's a sad thing. And she's his care provider. He needs 24-hour care. So she went and got a CNA to take care of him while he's at home. She said the community and the school district have really stepped up and helped the family a lot. They had to move to a new place so that it would be big enough to have a room for him in his wheelchair. And Make-A-Wish stepped in and got him a special device and a computer so he can, use a computer with his mouth with his special gadget called a quad stick.
Yeah.
But they are, she's been working from home when she can, when the kids are in school, and she's just, keeping positive and just doing the next thing.
Yeah, and it does give you inspiration when you see a family like this. It has every reason to quit, to be down on things, and shake their fist at circumstances. Look at what Cindy does. Look at her attitude, and great story, Gail.
Yeah, her son as well. He was really positive, and he's still positive. He's happy he can go to school. He's happy, with what he can do. So I was just so impressed with both of them.
Yeah. Your other Wyoming history story, I barely had a chance to read, but there was a time when we were fighting in World War II, and it was take that Hitler. Wyoming was more than happy to give Hitler hell, whether it was training pilots at the Casper Army Air Base to go over there and do some bombing, or fueling the planes that went over there and gave Hitler hell. Tell me about the Sinclair refinery, how it played a role.
Yeah, there was actually 2 refineries, one in Cheyenne and one in Sinclair. And as soon as the war broke out, what was interesting is, in the 30s, they understood that 100 octane fuel was a thing. And when Britain took on Germany in the Battle of Britain, Jimmy Doolittle had a role in creating 100 octane gasoline because he had gotten his a master's degree in aeronautics or aviation, whatever. And he worked with Shell Oil Company, and they developed this 100 octane fuel. So when the Battle of Britain broke out, there'd already been like engines tested and things like that. And the British had been told by this guy, hey, you guys should go to 100 octane gasoline. And so they did. And their planes outperformed the Germans. So when the war broke out, we entered into it, right away. There's talk in Wyoming, our congressional representatives are saying, hey, let's build a 100 octane refinery in Wyoming. But that's going to take like steel. That's going to take funds from the war, that could be used someplace else in the war. So they had to get permission from the administration to be able to do this. And so eventually they did. And so it took them a while to get it all built, but by 1944, there were 100 octane fuel being pumped out of both Cheyenne and Sinclair that was going to fuel these fighters and bombers in the war effort. And what I found was interesting. It's this one expert I found said that, if you don't have 100 octane fuel, a plane back then couldn't take off a carrier. They didn't have the power to do it. If you're just going with 96 or some kind of lesser octane, they wouldn't have been able to do that. So you just see how crucial, the oil in Wyoming contributing to that cause. There was being done other places, but Wyoming played a huge role in its fuel overall, but also in 100 octane fuel.
Yeah, what a difference maker. And you don't think I wouldn't think of that. I would think about you need a well-trained pilot, you need a well-built plane and design. the fuel is like the afterthought. But you're right, that's a difference maker. 100 octane. It's better than 95 octane. That's for sure. We found out. Hitler found out.
Hitler found out. They found out with their measurements.
How did that story pop into your feed?
Somebody had mentioned something about those plants to me like a year or so ago, and I was just in the library and I found this book that had talked about it a little bit, and so I thought, hey, that's the cool thing to dig into and see what's there, and so that's how I did it.
All righty. Well, carry on with your Monday. You're going to go for a hike maybe in Casper?
Yes, sir. Probably.
Cool.
That's the plan.
Sounds like a good idea. Thanks for joining us, Dale.
Hey, have a great Monday.
You too. Dale Killingback on the Cowboy State Daily. His stories you should check out. How 2 oil refineries fueled U.S. World War II aviation dominance. We had better fueled planes. 100 octane. That sounds like a lot. Makes 90 octane look like drinking water. Come on. Also, Dale's Wyoming history story about the Sheridan undersheriff that was killed by friendly fire in a 1914 shootout with an outlaw who was destined to be at the wrong end of a rope or to be taken out the way he was. Just a bad guy to the core. And a story, an inspirational story about Cindy Anzures and her family reeling from tragedy, a flood, a fire, a car crash, and her husband leaving her, but Cindy still keeps looking on the up. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back on the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
To the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story Will Crow About Crowheart and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Matitzi, Shoshone, 10 Sleep, good morning. Welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. I'm looking at a story from Science Alert. Headline: Mars looks strangely familiar in stunning new panorama. The red planet's horizon looks remarkably like our own here on Earth. And again, case in point, how many times has it been joked about? It's been joked about so many times it's pretty much true now. Mars kind of looks like Rock Springs for the most part. A 360-degree panorama taken by the Perseverance rover on Mars. I thought Mars was like 1,000,000 degrees. Or is that Mercury? Oh, that must be Mercury. Because we think there is life on Mars, right? We think there's Martians. So the Perseverance rover is on Mars, rolling around in the rocky desert, and it took a pretty cool photograph. On certain days when Mars is relatively dust-free, I guess a lot of times weather being what it is on Mars, it's always dusty. They're always in a dust storm. There's a clear view of surrounding terrain. Planetary scientist Jim Bell says, take a look at this shot that was taken by the rover. And it's, I'm looking at it with a hint of color enhancement. The resulting landscape is strangely familiar. I would say it's more than a hint of color enhancement. Like they really juiced this photo up a bunch. And I'm looking at it, and it looks like anywhere Wyoming. Honestly, Mars very much looking like kind of anywhere Wyoming, according to this photo. Yeah, Mars equals Rock Springs equals Rawlins. Or, fill in the blank. Andrew Rossi's story about Texas using cowboy hats to recruit cops. In Wyoming, it's the culture, not a perk. Earlier this week, Dallas Police Department made a big deal about adding cowboy hats to their official uniform, declaring the cowboy hat is now a okay piece of equipment for cops. They're not the first to do that, to move this way, but they're probably the latest. The Dallas Police Department announced last week officers now approved to wear cowboy hats while on duty, saying they're, quote, bringing Texas style to Dallas skies. That doesn't even rhyme. What does that even mean? Texas style to Dallas skies. Texas is the latest state to tap into the potential of cowboy hats for law enforcement officers. Deputies with the Boulder and Arapahoe County Sheriff's Office in Colorado received permission to wear cowboy hats on the job for the first time in decades. That was last year. Ada County Sheriff's Office in Idaho okayed cowboy hats for its staff back in 2023. More of the trend? Yep. Dallas Police Department saying, come work for us. You can wear a cowboy hat. Cowboy hats never went out of style in Wyoming. In fact, they're an expected perk of the job. When I interview new people, said Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak, a lot of them say they like the Western culture that we have here, and wearing a cowboy hat or cowboy boots is just part of the culture. Some people are attracted to that. In Wyoming, the cowboy hat is an expected accoutrement for your law enforcement officers. Remember that time when firefighters once blew up a river to put out a fire in West Yellowstone? That was part of the 1988 Yellowstone fires. At one time, there were well over 200 fires burning, 250-something fires burning, 1988. 36% of Yellowstone burned in that event. Just horrific fires that year. It was a perfect storm, perfect firestorm, summer of 1988. More than 250 fires flared up, consumed 793,000 acres, or 36% of the park. Cool, moist air in autumn finally knocked down the flames. I think there was snow on September 6th, if I remember correctly. That was the only reason we were able to shut down those fires. But there was one part of the fire that was put out by quick-thinking firefighters who were looking to get water from the Madison River, just inside the western boundary of Yellowstone National Park, part of a massive effort to save West Yellowstone from burning to the ground. Essentially, National Park Service and fire crews teamed up with Idaho farmers and local volunteers to drench a defense perimeter around the gateway community known as West Yellowstone. To stop the encroaching flames, they needed more water, lots of water. A series of pipes and sprinklers were put down. And to get water from the Madison River, it took some dynamite. That's all. They blew a hole in one of Yellowstone's rivers to unleash enough water to save the town of West Yellowstone. Thomas Howell was one of the farmers called on to help the effort back then and back in the day, and he has the photo to prove it. The photo shows a river blowing up. Basically, the photo shows an explosion on the Madison River that opened up the water and allowed them to pipe it, irrigate it to where it was needed to fight that fire back in 1988. Great story, great little piece of history from Andrew Rossi and the Cowboy State Daily. Check that story out. Mark Hines has a story about bears, not the one about bears and dogs and how they don't mix. This one is about bears in the lower 48 are more grouchy and prone to attack, says one biologist. A woman was attacked by a bear in Glacier National Park, Montana this week. Experts say she's lucky her hiking partner had some bear spray and blasted the bear with it. But a biologist says bears in the lower 48 are generally more grouchy than their northern cousins in Canada or Alaska. Why is that? I would speculate it's because they're trapped and studied so much. I'm never going to get off that soapbox. I think we do way too much fiddling around with bears, trapping them, radio collaring them, taking samples off them. Every time you trap them and dart them and dope them, they start to associate that with you. Every time they see a human, they're like, oh yeah, bad things happen when I see those creatures on two legs. I always wake up with a fuzzy memory and something aches. Yeah, they don't like getting trapped, and I think they remember it. Some bears have been trapped more than once, more than twice. Tom Smith, bear biologist at BYU in Provo, Utah, told the Cowboy State Daily that bears in the lower 48 are generally more what he would call grouchy. It's not necessarily that Wyoming and Montana bears are born with worse attitudes than, say, Katmai National Park and Alaska bears, but there are reasons why that may be so. And on the subject of bears getting around, there's a story in what is this? The Cool Down. Researchers sound the alarm over disturbingly rapid change observed in grizzly bears, and it concerns habitat connectivity loss. Every year, the mountains are getting a little smaller for the grizzly bear, writes Joseph Clark for the Countdown. Trails on which they've walked for generations now end in dead-end highways. Valleys once rich with berries are now fenced off by private development. Grizzly bears in the Canadian Rockies quickly running out of space to live, and it is wrecking connectivity. And we hear that a lot from the bear people. That's a huge issue when you're talking about potentially delisting the grizzly bear from the Endangered Species Act. It's not a sheer number of bears that necessarily is going to be the greatest dictation of whether the bear remains protected or not. It's connectivity. There can be what seems like a lot of bears, but if they can't get around and get where they want to go in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, in order, the more territory they can cover, the better the gene pool. If bears are isolated on an island, so to speak, and just mate with themselves, that is not good for the gene pool for the bears. So some wildlife biologists, most wildlife biologists, want to see a larger area where the bears can get around. Well, in Canada, in the Rocky Mountain, Canada, that area is already becoming bifurcated. Connectivity loss, quite a bit of connectivity loss, say the experts up there. Same thing with here in the U.S., in the lower 48, where in the greater Yellowstone ecosystem, grizzly bears are often cut off from their other grizzly bears, their girlfriends, their friends. And yeah, I don't know where you go with that. I don't know what you do with that. You're not going to have less development. There's no way to run it back. There's only going to be more. So how does that bode for the bear, for the wolf, for anything else that used to roam free and roam wide over vast areas? It may never be the case again. What else are we following in Cowboy State Daily? I want to take a quick break and reset and hit a few more stories that we're looking at. A lot of weekends worth of stuff. Jackson Walker's story about that seat being filled. Former county GOP chair is chosen from 3 members. Remember when we left you last week, we were looking to fill the seat of Senate District 6 state senator because Darren Smith moved on for bigger and better things. He was tapped by President Trump to be the U.S. District Attorney for Wyoming. Already Darren Smith has launched his first attack, if you will. 90 personnel swarmed the Wind River Reservation in a big drug sweep there. So Darren Smith busy at work at his new job. Meanwhile, his old job sits vacant until now, and we hear that it's going to be Taft Love, former Laramie County GOP chair, was chosen by Laramie and Platte County commissioners to represent Senate District 6 in the legislature. Taft Love will be the guy. He represents SD6, covers parts of Laramie County and all of Platte County. Love was one of 3 finalists selected by the Wyoming Republican Party precinct committee members. Love ran, you might remember him in 2024. He ran unsuccessfully for that District 6 seat. He came in 3rd behind Darren Smith and Eric Johnston. Also in consideration for the role were Platte County election judge Roy Burt and retired Missouri Air National Guard Chief Master Sergeant Jeff Barnes. But it's going to be Taft Love, as reported in the Cowboy State Daily by Jackson Walker. Taft Love going to be the new guy at SD6. Violent crime is down in Washington, D.C. That's what Trump said he was aiming to do when he sent the National Guard in there. Wyoming's delegation applauds huge drop in D.C. crime since Trump's crackdown. President Trump sent federal troops and agent into Washington, D.C. on August 7th. Carjackings, as a result, carjackings down by a whopping 87%. Trump says the crackdown is working. And U.S. Senator Cynthia Lummis agrees. She said, fortunately, under President Trump's leadership, we're seeing real progress as crime rates start dropping and residents feel more secure. In just 3 weeks, violent crime has plummeted by 45%. 87% in carjackings. That's 31 carjackings reduced to 4. Property crimes down 12%. In the 3 weeks since Trump took control of the city's Metropolitan Police Department under emergency powers, he has cracked down on violent crime. It is working by the numbers. And Senator Cynthia Lummis, for one, is all about it, applauding Trump's efforts. We'll take one last break on the Monday show and race for the finish line after this.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Hey, we were talking about Darren Smith a little bit ago. He's the guy who vacated that Senate District 6 seat in order to become Wyoming's attorney, interim U.S. attorney for Wyoming, Darren Smith. He said, quote, "We're coming for you." Smith promised in his job interview that he would go scorched earth on outlaws. If you're breaking the law, he's coming for you. The FBI had at least 90 personnel on the Wind River Indian Reservation this week, part of a sweeping drug and gun bust. Federal authorities confirmed to Cowboy State Daily Friday. Claire McFarland's story. Darren Smith said the message is clear, we're coming for you. It was not a nice operation. Many speculated that's what was going on Thursday. Rumors were flying around, locals speculating the big federal operation, which they could clearly see on the reservation, was somehow related to U.S. immigration and customs enforcement activity, but that was not the case. It was the FBI. Tyler McCurdy, assistant special agent in charge of the Denver FBI field office, confirmed Friday that over the past 2 days, the FBI personnel had worked along with other agencies, including the National Guard. They executed 12 federal search warrants, 1 federal arrest warrant, and 3 local arrest warrants. Busy business FBI on the Wind River Reservation. And a lot of it was about drugs and guns. And Darren Smith said many people have died here in Fremont County as a result of the cycle of drugs. And Smith said, for the bad actors out there, those that are poisoning our kids by trying to bring in meth and fentanyl and other drugs, the message should be clear, quote, we're coming for you. Smith also thanked President Donald Trump and federal programs geared towards such operations, but a big drug sweep on the Wind River Reservation. This is a little bit of the press
President
conference
Trump's
here.
Operation Take Back America, which has empowered law enforcement on a new level and our prosecutors to utilize our resources.
This is Darren Smith speaking.
Violent criminals and criminals that are trying to poison our kids accountable for their actions. These defendants that we've with this operation will be charged with the most serious provable offenses, and we will they can be fully prosecuted to the greatest extent of the law. With that, I'd like to, before I end it, I'd like to turn it over to our supervisor for this region with the FBI, Tyler McCurdy. Tyler.
Good afternoon. My name is Tyler McCurdy. I am the...
Yeah, good job, Darren Smith. I mean, he just got that job, just got that gig, and he's off and running with it. And going scorched earth on crime. What can you not like about that? Mark Hines' story about a ranch that figured out a little workaround, a little wiggle, a little loophole maybe. Gigantic Wyoming ranch once got 57 landowner hunting tags. Legislature eyes a cap on these. Large landowners are granted a hunting tag to acknowledge the fact that they provide habitat for our wildlife. That's a good thing, and they should be rewarded. And these large landowners are rewarded with a hunting tag, free. There has been issue whether these landowners can then sell those hunting tags to the highest bidder. That's been debated in Cheyenne. Lawmakers thinking about that. But here's another issue of the whole landowner hunting tags. Legislators on Friday discussed a proposal to limit landowner tags to prevent properties from becoming private hunting clubs. At the forefront of this issue is the massive Pathfinder Ranch that recently was in the news. It's come up for sale. It was put up for sale. Listing price $79.5 million. The Pathfinder Ranch, gigantic. It spans parts of Natrona, Carbon, Sweetwater, and Fremont counties. It once managed to snag 57 landowner hunting tags. Is that because of how big it is? Well, sort of, but there's more to it. Wyoming Game and Fish Commission member Rusty Bell told legislators Friday, he said 57 landowner hunting tags was done by dividing ownership into sub-corporations for the sole purpose of applying for hunting tags and getting so many. And that sounds like gaming the system, sort of. And that's why legislators are thinking about putting a cap on how many landowner hunting tags could be issued. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines has that story. Read more about it online. Claire McFarland, judge awards nearly $1 billion to a Rock Springs family over a botched baby delivery. $1 billion. Utah judge this month awarded a Rock Springs family $951 million. Well, there's some speculation over whether they can and will receive all of that, but still, that's a huge judgment in favor of Daniel McMichael and Nissa Zancanella and their 5-year-old daughter Azalea. Will they receive all of the $951 million? Utah 3rd Judicial District Judge Patrick Coram ordered on August 8th that Zancanella was entitled to the money. All this stems from a pregnancy gone wrong. Zancanella was just 19 years old when she said she was having a beautiful pregnancy in 2019. Everything was going great. No problem. She said, I love being pregnant. I was never sick. It was the most beautiful thing in the world. Then, mid-October 2019, around the 39-week mark of her pregnancy, she, with permission from her Rock Springs OBGYN, Zancanella said she and her family traveled to Salt Lake for her stepdad's birthday party. About 2.5 hours into that trip, her water broke. They were at a hotel October 12th, 2019. Her family searched online for the nearest hospital. That would be Jordan Valley Medical Center. Then it was owned by Steward Healthcare Network. She thought about returning to Rock Springs, but instead decided to go to this hospital, which was the closest. And according to the judge, this hospital botched her delivery Claire McFarland explains more on what happened.
A Utah judge this month awarded nearly $1 billion in damages to a Rock Springs family after finding against a Salt Lake City hospital for botching the mother and baby's labor care nearly 6 years ago. 5-year-old Azalea is nonverbal and delayed mentally by 3 years. Her mother, Anissa Zancanella, told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that Utah 3rd Judicial District Judge Patrick Coram ordered the damages after 4 years of litigation and after finding Steward Healthcare liable in the case.
She went to this hospital where she hadn't been seen before. She didn't have a doctor-patient relationship there. And there were these new nurses that weren't really trained in all the necessary practices. And the filing by Anissa Zancanella's lawyer says that the nurse that had the experience basically ditched the case because she had gotten into a tiff with Zancanella's mom, like about how to handle things. The court argument saying that they were blasting her with Pitocin and the baby's heart rate was haywire, and that after 36 hours labor, they took her for C-section, but it's too late and there was brain damage.
It's uncertain whether the family will receive all of the $951 million that was ordered by Judge Coram.
Yeah, well, I mean, no amount of money is going to make it right, but that's a lot of amount of money. Mark Hines' story about these so-called game farms that are set up in part so photographers can get that great shot. That's cheating, says Tom Mangelson, world-renowned Wyoming wildlife photographer. Mangelson said he'd never consider getting a photo from one of these game farms. Breathtaking images of leaping mountain lions, as evidenced in this story from Mark Hines. It's a great looking shot, but it's all staged, sort of. I mean, the mountain lion is leaping, but the mountain lion can be found pretty reliably at one of these captive animal game farms. These so-called game farms where animals like mountain lions, grizzlies, wolverines are kept in captivity. They're less common than they used to be, but they're still around. And famed wildlife photographer Tom Mangelson said they're despicable. Actually used some naughty words. He said they're BS on top of BS on top of BS. He argues that their animals are sometimes kept in miserable conditions, and the images of captive wildlife undermine the ethics of true wildlife photography. It's basically cheating. Mangelson's been a vocal opponent of game farms and captive animal photography since the early 1990s. This is a pet peeve of mine. I find it really aggravating. Our second story of the day from the Countdown. Woman causes traffic jam at Yellowstone National Park after abandoning her car for a closer look at a bear. She had traffic backed up for miles. Leslie Sattler writes his story, dropped yesterday, Sunday. Now, I've seen people inconsiderate when they pull off to the side of the road to get a better look at the bear jam. Sometimes, here's the different looky-loos. There's the, I'm going to slow down to 2 miles an hour because I don't want to pull off and park because I'm afraid I won't get back into traffic, but I'm going to inconvenience everyone behind me and go 2 miles an hour so everybody in my car can get that photograph when we all get that good look. If you're going to slow down to that degree, just pull over, be considerate. And then there's the pull over where you're not really over, you're still sticking out in traffic. That's just sloppy driving and inconsiderate. And then there's the whole nother level of behavior. And that's this woman. And the video is here. She just stops her car right in the middle of the road, leaves it running, gets out, and walks away, like far away, to go pursue this bear, to get a better look at this bear. One eyewitness observer said the woman just left her car running in the middle of the road in Yellowstone and had traffic backed up for miles, all for a little bear you could hardly see. Who leaves their car in the middle of the road and goes off and looks at animal? Yeah, that I get pet peeve about that. And finally, one last story from Parents Magazine, how boys may benefit from redshirting in kindergarten. This is a trend. Boys, I think we all know that boys, for the most part, are behind girls in the early years in school. Like your average second grade girl is smarter and more emotionally developed than your second grade boy. They're a little bit behind. So what some parents are doing is so-called redshirting their boy and holding them back from kindergarten for a year. Could it work for you? Yeah, interesting story. And I didn't know that that was a trend. But parents have been redshirting their boys from kindergarten to have them better prepared for, I guess, sitting along with their girl counterparts in elementary school. That'll do it for us on a Labor Day Monday. Thanks for spending it with the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network. We'll see you tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes